And this is going to be a short live stream because, in fact, I almost decided to make this as a long form video. But the various topics I wanted to talk about, they don't really go together that well. So I thought I'd do it as a live stream instead. Oy vey, I tell you, life's a funny thing, huh? So back in 2023, Charlie Kirk called the Southern Poverty Law Center a hate group. And back in, I think it was 2013, Alex Jones, yeah, that guy, claimed that a certain like neo-Nazi uh, rally situation, whatever, the people in this, the so-called neo-Nazis, were actually hired by Southern Poverty Law Center. Well, I would have told you for sure that that kind of claim was ridiculous and or just involved partisans making fiery rhetorical claims, you know. That's what I would have assuredly thought. Well, guess what just got indicted by a grand jury for various kinds of fraud? Southern Poverty Law Center. Specifically, what were they indicted for? And this is absolutely stunning. A grand jury has already indicted them, okay? They have not just been accused of this, they have already been indicted because, in fact, the Southern Poverty Law Center has been collecting donations from people and then funneling them to the same hate groups that they oppose so that they can essentially continue funding a problem that their organization exists to solve so that they will continue to have something to do. How crazy is that? I know. If you had um, said, well, how likely do you think it is that this is actually the case, what Alex Jones and Charlie Kirk are saying? I would have said close to 0% chance. I would just been like, that just sounds like, you know, people who are hardcore on their team just demonizing the other team for whatever, you know, just because they like that kind of rhetorical emotional engagement. I would have been totally wrong, apparently. So but you know, that's what future history has been for me. By future history, I mean as we proceed here into the future, and like our all of our global paradigms or our American paradigms, whatever you want to call, they all are getting disrupted. The the duration of say collective narratives is much shorter than it ever was, in the sense that like Americans don't really share a lot of core values anymore. There's not a shared understanding of liberty as a core value. There's a lot of things that don't even comprise actual values being upheld as core values. Uh, and there's a false sense of righteousness that people get from aligning with one side of the culture war versus the other, you know. Regardless, one of the one of the phenomena that you know has come into public consciousness post internet age has been the Mandela effect. Although I would claim that it existed before anybody called it that or even the internet existed. And one example that I have is there is a Shakespeare quote. I'm going to fact check this here as I say it. There's a Shakespeare quote that says, Woman, thy name is frailty. Frailty, thy name is woman. Okay? It's actually frailty, thy name is woman. Well, was broadly remembered long before the internet. Back when I was a kid, my mom was teaching English. She's the one who pointed this out to me. That it's often quoted as, and has long been remembered as, vanity, thy name is woman, rather than frailty. Like I said, this was true before the internet. You'd hear like references to that. This quote as vanity, thy name is woman, but it was actually always frailty, thy name is woman. So I just mentioned this as something I think worth noting, that whatever our explanation of the Mandela effect in the post-internet age, we ought be a little bit skeptical of claims that it specifically links to the internet. Like, it's easy to understand how a given idea on the internet becomes some kind of a meme, and it's easier to conceptualize the Mandela effect when you have in place a mechanism of the internet spreading a certain wrong idea or something, right? But so in my opinion, by far the weirdest and most difficult to explain Mandela effect is the fruit of the loom cornucopia. And the reason this is the most difficult to explain is because the best explanation for Mandela effect, generally speaking, is going to be you're remembering something as it should have been rather than as it actually was. This makes a lot of sense because it's basically saying you're knowing with your intuition rather than with your memory. So here's the problem with that idea when it comes to the cornucopia, right? There's nothing really very suggestive of a cornucopia about a bunch of fruit. Cornucopias are normally Thanksgiving things that include Thanksgiving stuff, not just fruit. But more significantly, it's worth noting that if this were just a problem of a weakness in human memory, that people misremembering things because they're of their own intuition. Well, even though intuition is an objective knowing of things compared to introverted sensing, which is predicated on your experience, if the Mandela effect were indicative of just a fundamental problem with memory, then what we should see is people misremembering the similar things or the same things in different ways. Like, some people, and we should also see a bunch of new Mandela effects emerging all the time as people proceed into the future, and we don't really see that. when something is misremembered by people, at least in instances where we think of it as being the Mandela effect, it's misremembered in the same way, which is really weird, right? It make that makes some sense if you're using a sense for that I'm live now. What? I've already was live. That makes sense for things like the movie Shazam. It doesn't exist. It had Sinbad. It was a genie. That makes sense for things like that because you got this Shaq movie. It would have made more sense for Sinbad to be in that movie than Shaq. Um, and so it's like, okay, well, you can kind of explain that one as, remembering things as they should have been rather than as they were. But the weird thing about the cornucopia is, while we obviously don't have any pictures of a Fruit of Loom logo from the olden days that actually had a cornucopia, we do have other things that are highly weird. Like there's an article about Fruit of the Loom from the very earliest days of the internet, and in this article, which has a picture of the Fruit of the Loom logo without a cornucopia on it, it refers to the logo in the article as a cornucopia-based logo. There's another example of something like this. There's an album called Flute of the Loom, which is from the 70s. It was put out by a guy who played the flute. Maybe it was early 80s. I don't know. And he had done the cover art on his album to look like the Fruit of the Loom logo, but instead of a cornucopia, he had his flute with a big open front that the fruit was in there, and that's why he called Flute of the Loom, the reference in that. When people later on, after Mandela effect became understood as a thing, people contacted him. They were he was stunned to learn that there was no cornucopia in the logo. Refused to believe it. Said that was the whole concept of the album art. Yeah, well, that one I think makes some sense. Naokos? Because I do remember there being uh, more than one of those publishers clearinghouse things. It would be easy to confuse, Ed McMahon is the more memorable person. Publishers Clearinghouse is the more memorable one of those kind of things. It makes sense that you would misattribute Ed McMahon's work with the competing one of those things to the more famous one, right? Like that, to me, that makes sense that people would misremember it that way. But the cornucopia really doesn't make any sense. Why do all these people remember the Fruit of the Loom logo having a cornucopia when there's nothing implicit about the actual Fruit of the Loom logo, which does not include a cornucopia, that is suggestive of it would make people remember a cornucopia that wasn't there. It's not thematically the same thing as what's normally in a cornucopia. And plus, how do you explain an article from like say 40 years ago or so that talks about the logo in the article as having a cornucopia, but then the actual picture that goes with the article shows a logo that has no cornucopia? What's up with that, right? But I do think it's worth noting that for some, at least some of the instances of Mandela effect stuff. Um, it it seems to run afoul of the idea that would purport to explain it, right? Like, if in fact people are just remembering things badly because they're there's a using the wrong kind of knowing function. Ha, Neokos, that's a great one right there. I grew up with yellow yield signs, not red ones. Yellow and black yield signs. Now they've been red in America since 1971. Are you serious? The thing is, I remember this Mandela effect from back when I had traffic school as a teenager, okay? The traffic school instructor said, "What color are yield signs?" And I said, "Yellow and black." And he's like, "No, they're red and black." You know, everybody said yellow and black in the class. And he's like, "No, they're red and black." And I'm like, "No, they're not. There's one right near my house. I'll look at it on the way home today." And I did look at it, and it was red and black. The thing is, I was born in 71, but I could kind of explain the yield sign thing as follows. Even though the actual signs may have changed to red and black all the way back then, toys representing those signs probably didn't change right away. So I would guess that that would explain my misconception of them. But what's weird is the Mandela effect that I experienced there was like instantaneous, right? Like I knew for sure that that sign near my house was yellow and black. And then after the class I drove home and passed it, it was in fact red and black. So it's like that's an interesting one because like the instructor knew that we would all have the wrong idea about this, and that reality was as he said it was in the status quo. I wasn't remembering them as yellow and black. I knew this sign right near my house was yellow and black, and then it wasn't. Fruit Loops, flip flops. So keep your eyes on it. Does it? I mean, I don't have any opinion about which spelling is correct. I would guess the first one. I don't know. But like, there's another example that is just I cannot understand how this wasn't the way that I remember it. Is the braces on that girl in that movie where the guy has the braces and then she smiles back at him and she's supposed to have braces, but she doesn't. Also, what's up with the silver leg on this on C3PO? C3PO never had a silver leg. Okay, I am sorry. He was all gold. I watched those Star Wars movies so many times as a kid. I had action figures, everything like that. Dolly had braces, right? Well, I certainly remember it as such. Now, granted, I don't have the level of familiarity with that film that I do with the Star Wars franchise. I was like just the right age in 1977 when the first one came out. Was that what year it was? 79 maybe. I was like, well, I was born 71, so I was like 6 years old in 77, 8 years old in 79. I think it might have been 79. We went to the drive-in movie theater to see that movie 8 times. Um, Star Wars was massive, right? And there is, I just, I get that I can't exactly trust um, my memory. For sure, I get that. But that one seems impossible to me. Stovetop stuffing? Who made it? Stovetop, I guess. I mean, I just assumed that stovetop stuffing was its own brand. I'm basically a woke libtard, but I've always thought the SPLC was unserious. Well, not only are they unserious, they're completely fraudulent, like defrauding all of their donors by taking their donor money that's intended to fight racism and using it to fund the KKK to create racism so they can continue to get more donations. Are you serious? Like, what the hell? Like, one would imagine, presumably, that people who track into that kind of application of law, they're going to do so because they actually care about that issue or something. I don't know. It seems so crazy. But that's utilitarianism in a nutshell, right? It doesn't matter how, it just matters what. Stofers, stovetop stuffing. That sounds right. But I don't really remember that one particularly. You know, some of these Mandela effects are more like crazy seeming than others. It's dilemma. No N. There's no N. If you tell me the dilemma has an N in it, I mean, that would be insane. Do you remember it with an N? I don't remember it with an N. But I think that the road sign thing is really interesting, right? Like how because like I said, when I was 16 or 17, I got in a ticket, went to traffic school. Even then, before any internet, is another example. I'm glad you brought that one up because um, I have evidence or memory anyway of it being a thing back well before the internet. Just like this vanity thy name is woman quote by Shakespeare. The actual quote is frailty thy name is woman, but people tend to remember it as vanity thy name is woman. And that was also a phenomenon before the internet. So so that one's kind of trippy. Um, but I find myself thinking a lot about what, for lack of a better term, I'll call future history, which is to say, like, our current moment in history versus other moments in history, and the extent to which this moment in history represents some unprecedented shift in humanity, or if in fact previous instances of historical disruption were equivalent enough that people felt similarly destabilized as the future unfolded before them. Another one of those Mandela effects that I find to be trippy is forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. When, as I recall, like that was more or less the only construction of that back in the day. Well, you're completely right about that, Oliver Linehan, who says the problem with making race salient is that it pretty much always increases racism in all directions. I'm not sure you can really fight racism except by acting as though it's completely irrelevant. Correct. What animal lays with the lamb? The lion. The lion lays with the lamb. Lies with the lamb, though, I think. I it should be lies, but maybe I don't know. Should be you know, because an animal lies down, they don't lay, unless it's past tense, right? Like the lamb lay with the lion yesterday, the lamb lies with the lion today. Now it's the wolf shall dwell with the lamb. That does make more sense than lion, but that's not how I remember it at all. So this would be an opposite Mandela effect based on the explanation I was saying earlier, where my best explanation for it is people remembering things as they should have been rather than as they are. In other words, a phenomenon that's going to link to NI rewriting some of your SI. But this would be the opposite because wolf with lamb makes more sense than lion with lamb. But I remember it for sure as lion, and apparently so do a lot of other people. Same with trespasses. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us, is a less intuitively obvious way to phrase things in the contemporary world than debts and debtors. But well, I remember it as trespasses. Now, granted, I wasn't really raised Christian or anything. My parents were atheists, but my grandfather was a Catholic, and my grandmother was nominally Christian, and shall not perish. Shall not perish. Should is past tense of shall. It wouldn't make any sense for it to be should. We use should as a form of conditionality nowadays, but I guess you'd say prescriptive conditionality. I mean, yeah. John 3:16 was shall not. Now it should. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Now that one would be the other way. Like the correct way to remember it grammatically is shall. Should is not the correct conjugation of the verb there. So that is bad. That's trippy, right? A lot of these ones are really trippy. It's some of them. It's not that surprising that people would misremember it. Like for example, Luke, I am your father, or No, I am your father. I don't remember what whether it was Luke, I am your father, or No, I am your father. That seems like such a small distinction that it's easy to understand. Um, it's easy to understand why people might misremember that, right? Because it's just in either instance, the first word in the sentence, it doesn't provide any actual meaning or content to the sentence. It's just a beginning word that isn't necessary, right? So it's easy to understand why people might misremember that first word that's not necessary. It could be like Luke, no, or like behold, or lo. One of those kind of words. Regardless, it doesn't mean anything. But with the should, shall, I mean, in the olden days, even more than now. Um, in the olden days, even more than now, people understood what shall meant and should and how to conjugate those verbs. The idea that, say, like the King James Version of the Bible would misconjugate it, that seems incredibly weird. We'd be more likely to misconjugate it today than they would have been back in the day. But yeah, the bigger boat one, like the Luke or No, I'm your father, or Luke, I'm your father, that one is not very convincing to me at all. You're going to need a bigger boat. We're going to need a bigger boat. They sound very similar. It's just in either case, it doesn't make that much of a difference, right? Like in the first case, the guy who's saying it is distancing himself from the rest of the group on the boat by telling them, you're going to need a bigger boat. And in the second instance, he's including himself, we're going to need a bigger boat. But to me, that one, whatever people remember, it's easy to understand that some people might remember it one way and some people might remember it the other way. Whereas nobody's going to remember it as they're going to need a bigger boat or it's going to need a bigger boat. So um, you might remember it as it's going to need a bigger boat, I guess. But but that is one of the weird things about Mandela effects that make me think maybe there's something more to it than just people having bad memories. Is in certain kinds of things like that, you could understand why people would remember it one of two ways, because there are two ways that possibly make sense. What island is the Statue of Liberty on? Liberty Island? I really don't know. I don't have any particular I memory of what island it's on because I don't know if I ever have known that. It's not on Ellis Island, I don't think. It should no, it's not on Ellis Island because Ellis Island they have all these like bureaucratic buildings and stuff there that they had back in the day, and the Statue of Liberty isn't on such a big island as that. I don't think. But let me know what island is it on? I'm curious. So yeah, like there are ones that it makes sense that people would remember it in one of two ways. Things like, we're going to need a bigger boat, or Luke, I'm your father. Other things, it does not make sense that people would remember it in exactly one of two ways. Like, for example, the Monopoly guy with or without the monocle. Um, People could remember him as having no monocle, yes monocle, could remember having glasses on, or a variety of other things. But that one also is kind of like makes sense. They remember it one of two ways. But say a cornucopia, why would people remember it either having a cornucopia or no cornucopia, but not like sometimes being in a bucket or sometimes still being on the tree? You could conceive of many different ways to remember something like that. And since there's nothing intuitively obvious about there should be a cornucopia here, that one is very difficult to explain. Black Tom explosion before Pearl Harbor in New York. I've watched a video about it before, but I'm not super familiar with it. I if you refresh my memory, it'll probably come back to me the specs of it. Oh, I don't think the Statue of Liberty was ever on Ellis Island because um, because I have a good idea of how big Ellis Island is and how big the island the Statue of Liberty is on from seeing pictures and stuff. And I don't think it was on Ellis Island. But obviously one factor of the Mandela effect is that not everybody misremembers things, right? Like some people remember it correctly. So, like, you could come up with a pretty good story for why that Shakespeare quote is misremembered as vanity, thy name is woman. Maybe somebody in some publication a long time ago was was writing, some patronizing article about women, and the male author said, to paraphrase Shakespeare, vanity, thy name is woman. Liberty Island was Bedloe Island or Oyster Island? Kingsland explosion. Not familiar with that one. Not familiar with that explosion. But what else was I thinking about Mandela effect stuff? Oh, right. Like you could explain that one as linking to some specific article, and people just misremembered the article as, instead of paraphrasing, as actually a quote from Shakespeare, and came to understand the quote more in terms of that article than in terms of the original play or something like that. You could explain it like that. If there's not that kind of explanation, then it's kind of difficult to explain, because you could imagine it as being any number of things you put in there um, instead of vanity or fragility. You could imagine something like timidity, or or like decency, chastity. You can imagine any kind of adjective that one might historically associate with women, or women might be described by men as, right? You could imagine any possible set of words going in there, each making more or less the same amount of intuitive sense. So why people would remember it one of two ways, if there's not an origin story of the sort that I said, and that could be a thing that I could even make a video on, regarding saying like the original Mandela effect or something. It might be worth researching it and see if I can piece together an answer to it. Um, but yeah, I think that the core, and what made me start thinking about Mandela effect again was I watched a video by this lady, and she only has 9,000 subs, but but she she is the one who articulated a lot of the ideas that I'm reiterating here, uh, specifically making the point that the cornucopia is especially hard to explain, and she's the one who showed this evidence of this album called Flute of the Loom, which has album cover art on it, that has a picture of a flute with a big open mouth, and then the fruit and stuff from the Fruit of the Loom inside the flute. And it's a ridiculous pun. But when they contacted the guy who made this album, it was like early 80s, late 70s, he was stunned to hear that there was no cornucopia. He's like, what do you mean? That was the whole concept of the album cover art. And so it's pretty clear that well before the internet, people remembered or thought of the Fruit of the Loom logo as having a cornucopia. And so much so that the guy who made that Flute of the Loom album based his whole cover art on it. And then there's this other example of like legitimate evidence of somebody from the past talking about the logo as having a cornucopia in it. And in the image in the article in which it talks about the logo having a cornucopia in it has no cornucopia in it. Like, what is up with that? And again, these things are from before the internet. There's no there's no like, there's no way to say, oh, well, they were influenced by our awareness now that this is a thing, right? So they had to have had this misconception independently of us. Yeah, the cornucopia is the weirdest of them all, I think. That one is weird, says Ruben. I thought I learned about cornucopias from the Fruit of the Loom logo. Well, I figured I learned about cornucopias from Thanksgiving, you know? But what makes the other factor that makes that one weird is the fact that there's not any good intuitive reason to put a cornucopia there. It's a bunch of different kinds of fruit. That's not the stuff that's normally in a cornucopia. Brian Stabley, Dose of Reality, has great research on the cornucopia residue. Can still find him on Odyssey. But like I said before you got here, Ruben, it's also the yellow and black, red and black yield signs is weird because this is another one that predates the internet. When I was I had to take a traffic school class after getting a ticket when I was a teenager. And in that class, the instructor was like, okay, this is a fun question. What color are yield signs? And like everybody in the class said yellow and black. And he's like, no, they're actually red and black. And I was like, that's not true. There's one by my house. I guarantee you it's yellow and black. I'm going to drive by it on the way home and I'm going to see that it is yellow and black. And I drove by on the way home, and in fact, it was red and black. So people like mistakenly thought that yield signs were yellow and black into like the late 80s for sure. Like supposedly they stopped being that color in 1971. Quantum effect and Mandela effect are the same thing, just different language. Well, I don't know what you think the quantum effect is, exactly what you're referring to there. But I don't think we have any good explanation actually for at least some Mandela effect stuff. Because I used to think we did have a good enough explanation for it, that simply people overwriting SI with NI would explain it. It would sort of explain the commonalities because, you know, presented with the same set of clues, people are going to, more than, say, with integrated sensing, people are going to intuit the same thing. So it would make some sense for them to display the quality that they have, because you know the notable mechanism here of concern is if it's just faulty memory, why don't people misremember things in a variety of different ways? Why do they all misremember it in the same way? Well, intuition would kind of explain that. Dream walking, seeing the yellow, then one day wake up to red. IRC as a child, I thought it makes sense yield should be yellow because of our associating yellow with slowing down. Yeah, well, that's true. But the thing is, they were yellow and black until 1971. My explanation for that one is also that that the toys, because like kids would get toys with some traffic signs or something in it, or children's games might have a traffic sign in it or something like that, that those probably didn't change to red and black, at least not for a long time, because it would make more sense for them to want to have a yellow and black sign and a red and black sign. You know, well, I guess stop signs are red and white, but it makes sense that they'd want to have the yellow sign in there. It's different than the other ones. Familiar with Gurdjieff, the shock via pattern interruptions? No. Casey Jones, I agree with you on that one too. That one, I find it impossible that my memory about it is wrong, but it might be, obviously. But but yeah, and that one you could say, well, maybe that is people remembering it as it should have been rather than as it was, because it 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 obviously would be better if she did. You could maybe explain that one, but that's one where I have a lot of trouble accepting that one. And the other one I have a lot of trouble accepting is that C3PO always had a silver leg. I'm sorry, but I I was like, you know, 8 to whatever years old during the Star Wars period of time. I went to see the original Star Wars movie 8 times in the drive-in movie theater. And I can assure you, C3PO never had any silver leg. That's just, I, I, I don't know how to explain that at all. Because, like, why would I remember him as all gold so clearly? It's not like I misremember any of the other characters. Oh, I don't remember what R2D2 looks like. R2D2 is actually yellow and white. No, I don't remember him that way. Yoda's actually blue, I think. No, I don't remember him that way. Lando Calrissian's actually Billy D. Williams. I do remember that. But the idea is that all the instances of it have also been retroactively changed. No, I get that. I get that. That's the idea that you're never going to be able to find proof that it was the way it was because something's been changed or what have you. But like the thing is, I like evidence like the cornucopia evidence, right? Where you may not have evidence of it actually being that way, but you might have evidence of people referring to it being that way back in the day, right? Disney definitely edits movies years after to stay politically correct. I have pretty good proof Dolly had braces. It's a video of someone filming the original VHS movie. Really? Well, I mean, I feel I feel like evidence that's going to be informative about stuff has to pretty convincingly link to it to prior to it being a discussion, you know. Yeah. And also though, Ruben, the idea it would include the fact that it wouldn't retroactively edit things like Flute of the Loom album, which references the cornucopia, replaces it with a flute, but is not actually an example of the logo. So that would seem to be our most promising angle of trying to establish that something weird's going on, right? Like I haven't looked for any such thing, but I wonder if you could find articles from about Star Wars from the time that refers to C3O as being all gold or just calls him gold. Like maybe some article that says like George Lucas decided to make C3PO all gold because they wanted to stress that he was a uh, like an ambassador style bot. And the fact that when asked about the thing in contemporary time, the guy himself was shocked to discover that, in fact, there was no cornucopia. He said, but that's what the whole idea for the album name and cover art was. That's weird, right? And again, the issue is, unlike a lot of these things, we can't at least convincingly argue that, well, it's people have always been intuiting a cornucopia there because there should be one. Like you might say that about the Monopoly monocle. You could say, well, people have always been intuiting that there's a monocle there because it's perfectly consistent with his rich guy look, right? You're pointing out that companies don't admit to changing things. Well, that's fine, but that doesn't explain something like C3PO, right? If you go back to find vintage action figures of C3PO, they still are not all gold. It doesn't it doesn't explain something like the Bible stuff. I don't you know, I obviously I was not raised steeped in Bible stuff or Christianity particularly, but I clearly remember it as lamb with the lion, and I clearly remember things as forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. But I was prompted, I think, by this lady who's here today. Even I think she likes this topic, maybe. Naakos, uh, that to go check my old family Bibles in the garage that I have, and they all say debts and debtors. It's so interesting. The Mandela effect seems to imply that things have actual identities. I want you to explain what you mean by that. You mean that things are actually one way and not the other way? Well, I mean, things are actually one way and not the other way. Now the Bible changing, I've heard people say their own Bibles have magically changed. Right, well, I've heard that as well. Um, I I assumed when I heard this debts debtors thing that it was a new construction because trespass and trespasses seems more old fashioned, right? Um, and that would be an example where if I were going to misremember something, I would have misremembered it as debtors and debts, not as trespasses and trespass, because debtors and debts are more contemporary words to use for things like that, right? Imply that things have actual identities because they can be altered retroactively. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Like, it would kind of be like a backwards time paradox, right? Like, normally you go back in history, change the identity of something, then you move forward and it's been changed again. I guess that would be what would happen here. I was thinking you change it now and it retroactively changes, but I guess it could go either direction. If that's actually happening, there is some sort of metaphysical tagging system where it's possible to retroactively update all instances with that identity or unique ID. That's possible, but it could also be possible that if somebody were to travel back in time and change the past, then all of a sudden the current present would reflect that change going forward. And that wouldn't explain why people remember it the other way exactly, except that maybe, no, I guess what you're saying is kind of true, actually, that because, and then the only thing that has any record of the thing as it once was would be our subjective data. Um, that wouldn't change because it wouldn't. Maybe that would change. I don't know. I guess that would change. Or you come here often to you can often come here to listen to you and Rachel sing Gregory. There's things I watch now and then replay it, and my memory was false from 30 seconds prior, let alone 30 years ago. Now, I get that too, Casey Jones. But the thing is, people simply misremembering things as something that would, if it were just an issue of faulty memory, that would express as people remembering things in lots of different ways, not people consistently remembering things as one way or the other. If you added to your explanation the idea that people are intuiting what the past was rather than remembering it, then that makes sense in some instances, but not others. Because it happened in the past when our impression of it was experienced. Okay, so that would indicate that the change is made now, and then it retroactively updates everything. Because if it was representative of somehow like somebody traveled back to the past, changed the past, and then the past proceeded again towards the future, then we would have experiences during that process that would be reflective only of the changed reality. The best explanation from our current understanding is indeed NI overriding SI. I agree with that, plus just a general combination of faulty memories. Like, for example, I remember Telengard as being all text, but I'm pretty convinced at this point that that it was not all text, as I remember it, being just like text prompts, but that in fact there was some little graphic thing there, and I just don't remember it because I'm just better at remembering word stuff in general, I think. Or to me, the graphic interface wasn't particularly informative or something. Regardless, uh, I do believe I simply have misremembered that part of it. So many of the things I remember from that game line up exactly with that Wikipedia article on Telengard. I want to download the game and try to play it and see. If you enjoy puzzles, you'll enjoy the Blues Clues of the ME. What's the ME? I don't really enjoy puzzles. I like to muse about things, but I don't really like puzzles. We were talking about video games last night. I mentioned that I hated Myst. I don't know if anybody else here is familiar with that game, but it was huge. Like back when we had like a first or second generation Mac, or maybe third generation Mac. I don't know. I think there is a very convincing aspect of social suggestion. Many people saying, "Oh yeah, it was Berenstein, that Berenstain." Well, I also remember it as Berenstein, and I remember it as Berenstein from my 20s because I worked in a special ed class where we had one of those videos. I remember the video too. It's called Stranger Danger, and they it was about how the the little girl bear shouldn't get too upset or scared about strangers, even though she should be kind of careful. But there's one scene where she's like lying in her bed or something, and she goes, "Strangers, strangers, strangers." I don't know. So I watched that stuff uh, a lot of times. I remember it as Berenstain. I don't remember it as Berenstain, but I mean, I could understand myself misremembering that because names ending in Stain are very unusual. Steen or Stein is much more common. But I hated Myst. It's like I don't want to play like escape room shit at all. It's so TESE. I just feel like get out of here, TESE. Stain is pronounced very different from Stein. Yeah, I agree. It's pronounced very different, but the thing is, it like the last name ending with STAIN, it hits the eyes weird, right? Like your eyes expect it to say STEIN. So since you don't actually hear them say that name, like if the Berenstain Bears were primarily a audiobook series, each of which began with a narrator saying, "The Berenstain Bears, meow, meow, meow," then people probably wouldn't misremember that, right? Like, there are a variety of words that I've mispronounced until I heard somebody pronounce it correctly. For example, enneagram. I I learned about it by reading the word. I always pronounced it enneagram. It looked like it should be pronounced enneagram to me, but I eventually, heard somebody else talk about it, and I was like, "Oh, is that how you say that word?" Also, with appliques, it's Meyer, right? Meyer, Meyer. Wait, now it's spelled with an A? Well, that's very strange. First of all, why is it pronounced Meyer if it's spelled Mayer? But at least with that one, because it's pronounced Meyer, it would be understandable to misremember the spelling of it as something that actually might sound like Meyer. I would have remembered if it was Mayer because I had a friend with that last name, and that was the only instance I'd seen of that like that. Well, that's a convincing reason to believe your memory, right? My memory may be absolutely convinced that C3PO was all gold, and it's also the case that uh, that like in other instances, I like misremembering Time Guard is uh, is different than misremembering C3PO because I never would have sworn up and down that it didn't have any graphic thing. I just thought it probably didn't have any graphic thing, and the parts I remembered correctly. The fact that you can't save it, but it says that once you die, you have to start over. You can't load a save point. And the basic mechanics of it, teleport points, the um, the encountering with monsters, the The fact that you could roll and re-roll and re-roll and re-roll until you got a good roll, the attribute numbers, like all those things lined up perfectly. For some reason, YouTube won't show me what the full title says. It says Charlie Kirk, Southern Poverty Law Center, the Mandela Effect, and Future History, I believe is what it says. Let me get you some fresh water, Trouble. You don't want this old stale water. And I don't blame you because I already know what you don't like in part is that the Pio likes to play in the water and get her dirty paws in the water. And I wouldn't want to drink it after that either. Here you go, mister. There you go. And what I mean by future history, I really shouldn't use the term future shock, but I use the term future history because my point about that is that I find myself thinking a lot about the progression towards increased technological advancement, increased, you know, complexity in human expression, I guess. The little boy sang on the dock fishing. It's impossible to deny the effect to yourself. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Yeah, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day to be neighborly. Won't you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? That's how it goes. It's a beautiful day in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood? No, that's not what it says. That is not what it says. I mean, I grew up watching Mr. Rogers. Oh, it's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. Okay. Well, that's one of those that I can understand. Just like Luke, I'm your father, no, I'm your father, or we need a bigger boat, or you need a bigger boat. I can I can totally understand why those ones might be misremembered. This is that that's totally understandable. Like I've got an example of a song that I remembered a certain way, but I when I learned it was the other way, it was very obvious to me that it was always that way. I just didn't get it as a kid, so I remembered it the way I remembered it. Moving on up, it, the Jeffersons song. Well, I'm moving on up, moving on up. It says to the east side. But I always sang it to the top because it makes the most sense, right? Moving on up to the top to a deluxe apartment in the sky, not to the east side. That would be moving east, not up. But I didn't get as a kid that the east side was a nice neighborhood in New York, right? I just tried to make the song make sense by remembering it, by singing it to the top. So that's an example of me remembering something differently or having sung it differently for a long time. I think it may have been racially said, that's not what the song says. Because she's from New York. It would have made perfectly good sense to her that it be moving on up to the east side. But didn't make any sense to me. Maybe I should have intuited the east side was a nice neighborhood. How do you even know what goofy eye is? I hear many Gen Z say that. What does goofy eye mean? I'll be home for Christmas. You can count on me as now. You can plan on me as stupid. I'll be home for Christmas. I don't know the words to that well enough. She's a Yankee? Yeah, well, she's from Long Island. She was born in Yonkers, which is one of the cooler names for a place I think I can think of. Yonkers. Yonkers is a great name for a place. It means goofy ass. Ah. And like there's that name of that Toy Story, FAO Schwartz, that is not FAO Schwartz. It's FAO Schwartz. Goofy means something that is very absurd, ridiculous in a lighthearted or ironic way. Hmm. I see. I see. So I watched some interesting videos this morning. One of which was about this case in Bermuda where basically, as far as this is my intuition on the matter, this guy killed his girlfriend on a boat and then returned to shore with this made up story of how like she had naturally died or something, but falling off the boat and died by accident rather than with him intentionally doing it. I'm not buying that guy's story at all. I don't know who, if you know what I'm talking about, but I'm not buying it. Mm-mm. People in their ways, I tell you. You imagine this poor girl just going on a boat ride, thinking her boyfriend's a nice, normal person, and then he pushes her off the boat, or whatever he did to her. They haven't found her body yet. And the thing is, he did it in a dumb way. Like, this place he was in the Bahamas, people park their boats on one side of the island because the waters are nice and calm. Whereas on the other side of the island, the waters are choppy. Well, he like took out his boat into the calm part and returned and then basically said, "Oh, well, there were these big waves now, 2 to 4 foot waves, swells in the ocean." Well, that was true on the other side of the island, but it wasn't true on the side of the island that he was on. So I don't know. These horrible people in the world who do horrible things for God knows what selfish reason. I mean, I know I've done some bad things in my day too, but nothing like that, obviously. Do you remember me, brother? Uh, well, win be Morrow Meow. I don't really, uh, I don't really remember you, but welcome anyway. Welcome to the land of enlightenment. Yes, here on Talking with Famous People, you not only get this interesting discussion of Mandela effect and other such things, you also get, as a free side effect, enlightenment, which is pretty good. I also watched a video this morning about, I've been watching videos about this in general. My Instapot is now an instant pot with a red A. The only T in Skechers shoes is Mr. T. How convenient for a backstory? Skechers, I don't really have a good idea how Skechers is spelled. Um, Winwib Maromiob. Sup, bud? Blood. So yeah, I've been watching videos about people, rock climbers, who have fallen to their deaths over the years. There's something kind of like, I don't know, dramatic and intense about it, but it's not actually that sad, really. Like, it's not the kind of thing that makes me go, like, I don't want to watch that dark stuff, you know. People falling while rock climbing. Yeah, it depends on the story. Some of them are sadder than others. It's crazy how many of these people, before they fall to their death, had already fallen like 25, 30 feet and broken their back and stuff like that. Spinel Magomajuf. Spinel Magomyai Duff. I mean, I think it looks right with the T, but I that's not the sort of thing I pay a lot of attention to. Live by the cliff. Um, you know that like, and then but there are examples also of things where we can totally document the actual changes. Like cup of noodles went from cup of noodles to cup noodles back to cup of noodles. I, I if you had asked me when it was cup noodles, is it cup noodles or cup of noodles? I would have said cup of noodles. When did it become cup noodles? That doesn't make any sense. But in fact, it has undergone those changes. It was cup of noodles, then it changed its name to cup noodles, then it changed it back to cup of noodles. So you might well say, well, why, Eric? Why would it do that? Why would anybody change cup of noodles to cup noodles? That doesn't make any sense at all. It's not that there are not a variety of noodles called cup noodles. They're just regular noodles. They're in a cup. It's a cup of noodles. O apostrophe works just fine though. You know. The marketing department needed to justify their wages. Hey, marketing, you guys haven't really contributed anything in a while. Oh, really? I mean, we were just right now talking about getting rid of the O. So, what do you mean? You know, cup noodles. Cup noodles? Yeah, our research shows people prefer food with two-word names. And that they're somewhat off-put by apostrophes. Okay, I guess. We'll have a whole report on your desk by Monday morning. What else is going to be in the report besides what you just told me? That's pretty much it. But I'll have a picture of what I think the new logo might say look like. Okay, give me a heads up. Well, it's the same as the old logo, but instead of cup of noodles, it just says cup noodles. Okay. Well, you know, let the marketing department do their job, I guess, but this seems really strange to me. Then later it comes out that that guy was just, he didn't even give a fuck. He was actually a plant from the rival noodle making company, Top Ramen, trying to destroy the Cup of Noodles brand by taking out the critically important O from their name. All across the nation, in supermarkets everywhere, children would say to their mothers, "Oh, never mind. Let's get Top Ramen instead. I don't want cup noodles." their mother would say, "You're right not to want cup noodles, Darren. That doesn't make any sense." Febreze is Febreze. I hope Alex Hanaud stops before he falls. I try to not to pay attention to the climbing wall so I don't get invested in individuals and get super distraught when they die. Houston, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. But that if it's actually had, that one was had and had in this respect to had. Well, it would make sense that you might remember as Houston, we have a problem because their problem hasn't been fixed yet. If they said we had a problem, then the implication is that it's been fixed. If they said we have had a problem, then that is probably the most correct construction of it. But in the sense that we had a problem, the meat of it has completed, but now we're continuing to incur consequences from it. So have had would be probably the most correct, but have would also be correct. Had would not be correct because they still have a problem. Homemade noodles. Casey Jones just now goes by Bob, apparently. Does he? Good to know. Good to know. There's a crisis in Bob's in sports. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that video, but some statistics guy did a video where he demonstrated, looking across all major sports in America anyway, that there's only one Bob left. And it's including like minor leagues and stuff. Plenty of Bobbies, some Roberts, whatever, but there's only one Bob left. Apparently, very few people named Robert go by Bob anymore. Good morning, Ayush Kumar. How are you this morning? A crisis of Bobs. The most famous Bob athlete I could think of is Bob Gibson, former pitcher. Yeah, it seems like that version of the name has gone out of style a bit. I think it's because it's seen as a not serious name, like kind of a name for a buffoony comedy kind of character. So people probably don't want to be called Bob. You'd think that Bobby would be the most, the least serious incarnation of it, but it seems like Bob is actually a more serious incarnation of it. I heard of a new internet trend that's making me mad. It's a trend where the caption is things about me that would make others jealous. I find a lot of these internet trends utterly ridiculous. Sounds dated like Barbara. remember there was this stretch of time, not that long after my parents died, where I was struck by the funniness of the sentence, everything's going to be fine except Barbara. It just seems like a funny sentence to me. That's so dumb, it's just a reason to brag. The things that would make others jealous. I mean, I could do a very long video on things about me that would make others not jealous. That would make others go, I'm glad I'm not that guy. I also, though, watched a video this morning. I never watched this kind of thing. It was from a lady who was paralyzed partly from, not just from the waist down. She's got a little bit of stuff going on in her torso, but she has use of her arms. Anyway, and it basically told a story of how one day when she was 14 years old, she woke up in the middle of the night and was out of nowhere paralyzed. She had basically a cluster of blood vessels like behind her vertebrae someplace that that were not properly formed and burst, and that caused damage. Anyway, if it had been a story about somebody getting paralyzed in an accident, I don't think I would have watched it. I was just curious about it because of the way it framed it as, you know, like, I woke up one day paralyzed as a 14-year-old out of nowhere, you know. She's now, I don't know, in her 40s maybe. And she's has a YouTube channel doing van life. She's got a van and various disability accommodating things. She, for a while, did like wheelchair racing, was in the Paralympics and stuff. And then at one point she was playing wheelchair rugby and she fell over and injured her shoulder and had to get 4 surgeries on it. It's like, oh my God. You got these things working, that's it, and then you injure your shoulder. It's horrible. Talk about sleep paralysis. I've never experienced sleep paralysis, I don't think. This is random, but why does H.P. Lovecraft look like Michael Phelps? Because of the Mandela effect, too cool for school. Because originally H.P. Lovecraft looked like, what's his name? Greg Louganis, but retroactively, it went and changed things. Now he looks like Michael Phelps. Before that, apparently, he looked like Mary Lou Retton. Alright, we got another cup of coffee here, fresh coffee. Fresh from the coffee cow's teat. I also saw this weird video about this guy named Dude Man and his strange doll thing he had going on. It was kind of a cautionary tale about, I guess you'd say, Reddit investigations. Although, I think this was actually specific to 4chan. Anyway, there was this guy named Dude Man. He made life-size dolls that were like, had like human bodies, but like head of a dog or something. They're kind of like plush, just, I don't know what to call them. But anyway, and the problem this poor guy had was that even though it's like kind of weird or whatever, this guy had a very like harmless and fairly wholesome relationship with these things that he was making. He made a bunch of them. And he'd make videos with like stop action videos of them, like say rolling and rocking back and forth in a wheelchair. I mean, not a wheelchair, a rocking chair. Or like he did one stop motion of one of these dolls skateboarding. Uh, but the problem he had was that when people on like 4chan or what have you discovered him, they everyone just thought like kind of was making fun of him or whatever, thought it was weird. But people then when he like kind of disappeared from the internet a bit, people made up these stories about how he left his wife and kids to go live with his dolls or what have you. And then there was this other guy that he was doing some work with, but the problem was that guy wanted the dolls to be sex dolls, and the guy who actually made them, Dude Man, he did not want them to be sex dolls. He thought that they were not meant to be sex dolls and that was gross. So, in the end, he kind of like disappeared from the internet with his doll thing. You know, he had a wife and kid as well. Um, he seemed to be like a pioneer in the whole uh, fur dressing up thing as well. He made some furry suits to dress up in. And anyway, people just kind of assume for sure something weird's going on here. There's some reason why we should condemn this person. But in fact, there was nothing weird going on at all. She won't let life stop her. No, she didn't let life stop her. And also, she was very honest about how difficult certain stretches of her life were and how depressed she was and how anxious she was and stuff. She seems like she's in a better place now. This was along the same lines as the video I watched the other day about by that guy who was in he's like, well, I was in my early 60s when, and had a bunch of debt and meow, meow, and then my wife died and my parents died. And all of a sudden I had to go reckon with this financial reality that was not sustainable. Whatever am I going to do? All alone and broke. And he had to like sell his house and all this stuff. And now he's got a YouTube channel with over 100,000 subs and seems to be feeling pretty great about things overall. He's worked his way back from just having like a camper truck with maybe a little pull behind place to sleep thing. Now he's managed to get a piece of property where he can like it's his own property with not parking on somebody else's land and stuff. Seems pretty positive about stuff. The thing is that was much more relevant to my experience, obviously, because I find myself these days worrying a lot about what's going to happen long term, and ensuring that that Rachel and I have what we need for the rest of our lives is a big concern of mine. So, and that's the kind of concern that I obviously never thought about before my parents died at all. Why? Because I figured, well, I guess I didn't have any good reason to deal with the stuff that oldest generation deals with more than the younger generation do. Obviously, when you have a kid, you think, Well, she doesn't need to worry about that stuff at all now. I will take care of her until she's old enough to start worrying about these things somewhat herself and etc. But for me, coming from a very like kind of spoiled background in some ways, um, I had even less impetus than most to think about such things. Plus, it's just not my nature. More importantly, hi, Chai, CJ, CJ. I remembered. I remembered. Look at me go. I'm full of memory. Yeah, sleep paralysis. I've never experienced it, but I don't think there's anything particularly unusual about that phenomenon because it is the case that when you're asleep and dreaming, uh, you might have little bits of like twitches in your body representing stuff that you do in a dream, but by and large, you are uh, have disconnected your experience of movement from your body actually moving. So it would make sense that as you transition from a sleep state to a wakeful state, that those things might not time out perfectly. Affluent background, yeah. Well, and I mean, sort of. Not like my family was rich or anything. We just, uh, I just knew that my parents did a lot of long-term planning stuff. And I knew, of course, that I did not do a lot of long term planning stuff. The thing, of course, also regarding that, though, is it's such a personality type thing. I was never going to be good at this kind of planning, long term planning thing. Uh, it was always going to be a struggle for me. And it was always going to take me until I was a certain age before I really even took the matter seriously. In part because I always found the now difficult enough to occupy all of my attention. Spoiled as a personality type. It's not a personality type, but it is informative about some of the ways in which one's personality type might express. I wouldn't call it a character flaw either, exactly. It's more of just a deficit area. Just like people who can't come up with a bunch of random shit. That's not a character defect. It's just a deficit area. So too for people who have the kind of relationship that I have with SETE stuff. I can't explain. I can't excuse my deficit area as easily as say any polar can excuse their deficit area because my deficit areas are not quite as blind as that, but they're also not absolute values for me. And And unfortunately, TE and SE are two areas where the world does not really like you to have deficits. FE as well. I mean, to some extent, I guess all your extroverted functions are that way, but least so extroverted intuition. All the practicalities of life linked to subjectivities, either subjective understanding what you want, subjective solvency, in other words, figuring out how to get what you want, or subjective action, which is to say, impact driven action rather than ideation. The all practicalities linked to those subjectivities. So it's natural then that the ease with which one moves through the world is going to link also to the ease with which one manages those subjectivity skills. Included in there is SI as well, um, but that expresses, well, I guess that too expresses as a value thing for practicalities and from the world's perspective, and that it links to reliability and planning and and I guess exercise, getting enough sleep, things like that. So I mean, but again, I'm not trying to make excuses for myself. Like, I get that deficit or no deficit, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do, and get over yourself already. That's definitely the case with me. And it's also the case, though, that objective self criticism has never been a challenge for me, whereas uh, positive self concept has always been substantially more of a challenge for me. So, depending on how you frame the thing, my willingness to blame myself for deficit areas implicit, or at least negative consequences emerging from my failure to cope with those deficit areas adequately, could be expressed as a positive way of being correct about myself and accountable, or it could be expressed as another example of a problem ongoing where it could broadly be called subjectivity's failures. Obviously, no one's ever going to be you but you. You're the only person who can fully represent your own interests and prioritize yourself in ways that, like, if you were to use some kind of veil of ignorance test, everyone would think it was a good idea for every individual to love themselves, think highly of themselves, or understand themselves as a boon to the universe rather than a liability. But of course, those kind of things are on a balance. Like, you can't be wholly your own advocate without forsaking, like, duties to others, right? Can't always argue in favor of things that are in your interest, regardless of legitimacy or other considerations. And similarly, if you almost always consider things in terms of correctness, legitimacy, objective considerations, then you are mostly going to be critiquing yourself all the time. Because that's what it means to be objective, correct, and stuff, is first and foremost to be negationary. To say, instead of saying, when addressing oneself anyway, instead of saying, or even considering questions like, to what extent can I excuse myself for this? You ask the opposite question. To what extent could I be conceivably responsible for this and blame myself and so forth? Sun on your back can feel pretty amazing. Agree, Casey. Well, it might feel pretty amazing, but to get sun on my back exactly, I'd have to take off my shirt. And it's a little chilly for that. 60 degrees outside. It's pretty chilly for me. chili for me like Maynard McGee. So, what else have I watched interesting on YouTube lately? You know, I like to watch a lot of different kind of YouTube videos, but I enjoy conspiracy iceberg videos. This guy named Jax, he wears a cowboy hat. I don't know, it looks to be about late 20s, mid 20s maybe. Um, and he does these really quick, like 30-second long summaries of a bunch of different notions floating around the internet, many of which are things that I just think are ridiculous, obviously. Some of which are more interesting ideationally, I guess. So, among your most ridiculous ones are things like uh, the sky is actually like a black thing with little holes in it. And that's what we see. Behind the black thing is a single light. And what we see as stars are actually little holes in the black between us and the light. That, I mean, like, why would you think that? After all, we we do see things in the sky that are not just could not be explained as holes moving. You know, like the hole in a single surface moving. We've got things like meteors, right, and the moon, and I don't know. You've got planets that behave differently in the sky than stars do. Light bright theory. That's a good name for it. I Yeah. There are also theories like that are equally just what that actually a year is 24 hours long, not a year, and that after each year the 24 hours resets. Well, what does that even mean? that that doesn't mean anything. That's just I I don't even have any idea what that could possibly mean. There are additionally two also ridiculous theories that include all conspiracies are true and no conspiracies are true. So the all conspiracies are true theory says that basically all the little things that might be interpreted as indicative of some larger meaning, they're all true, and it's all part of one grand conspiracy to do something. So it's easy to see why people would be kind of drawn to this one in the contemporary moment, what with all the billionaire stuff going on and weird geopolitical stuff that no longer seems to make any sense as any kind of uh, democratic expression of a nation state's value or something. But the no conspiracies one is true. Well, that was kind of like my old perspective. I wasn't that totalizing, but was that most or many of the things that we might attribute to intentionality on the part of ill of malevolent actors is probably just the happenstance outcome of a bunch of competing wells of power having different kinds of impacts on different kinds of systems, and it just ends up looking like this. And my position was always that, as a matter of fact, who benefits is not a very good indication of who made something happen, right? Well, no conspiracies are true. While itself it is a general statement, it's not actually a conspiracy, right? Nobody has to conspire for no conspiracies to be true. So I'm going to have to put up a whoa there to that notion. But I really like the idea you mentioned earlier, Ruben, about the fact that the implication of the Mandela effect, if interpreted to indicate that people experienced it one way and then it was changed and it retroactively updated, that is informative about that would be informative about how things have definite identities to the exclusion of other things, you know. Who said be careful of what you wish for because you just might get it? I have no idea. I have no idea. I will say that another one of those that does trip me out is the mirror, mirror on the wall. There's not a good reason to remember magic mirror as mirror, mirror, really. Um, it doesn't make as much sense as a misremembrance as, say, we're going to need a bigger boat versus you're going to need a bigger boat. That makes sense to me as a misremembrance. But mirror, mirror on the wall, like, that's not more intuitive than magic mirror on the wall. I was very attuned to magic in general, liked magic a lot. It seems to me I would have remembered it as magic mirror if it were magic mirror. And it seems unlikely to me that I would have misremembered magic mirror as mirror mirror. But plausible, I guess. Plausible in some sense, I suppose. There's what are some of the other conspiracies this guy covered in today's video? Well, I don't remember anything off the top of my head. I did also watch a Sabine Haas Hassenbecker video about whether or not we've picked up adequate evidence to declare that we've established there is in fact some form of life on this planet way over there, right? What they do is they look at basically data that tells them about the chemical composition of the atmosphere of one of these planets. And if they're able to determine from that data that the chemical composition is well, they're looking for gases, right? Certain gases that, at least as far as we know, there's no good non-biological explanation for them occurring. It may be the case, though, that there is a good non-biological explanation for them occurring, but we don't know what that might be. We don't have examples of such a non-biological explanation for that gas on Earth. So I'm not quite sure what to think about this because I'm of the mindset that probably, Lucy, you got some explaining to do, was never said now, nor was beam me up, Scotty. Well, the beam me up, Scotty one, I can kind of understand how that might be misremembered because there was certainly bumper stickers that said, "Hey, beam me up, Scotty. This planet sucks." And it's easy enough to imagine that somebody phrased it like that on a bumper sticker because it made a snappy bumper sticker. Um, and so people assumed, everybody knew what it was referencing, but it actually wasn't a quote from the show. That one I could imagine happening that way. That you've got some splaining to do. Um, it certainly seems to me that he said that plenty of times. I watched plenty of I Love Lucy, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. It's like that Taurus Cabinet of Curiosities episode where he went over the quote that most people remember as being a quote for sure. They remember it as being in something. And the quote is, "What does it do?" Why, it doesn't do anything. That's the beauty of it. Most people, or a substantial number of people, say, yes, that quote is definitely from something. The bumper sticker thing is similar to what happened to "No, I Am Your Father." So, like, when people reference the quote to make sure that they understood that it was from the movie, they'd add Luke. That makes sense. Because after Star Wars, there were movies and shows that presented it as "Luke, I am your father." I mean, like parodies and stuff. Fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. For me, the visual ones generally are a little harder to explain than the language ones. Although, like I said before, the vanity, frailty is woman thing, that one, lacking a good origin story. I can come up with a hypothetical explanation of how that came to be, as I did before. Somebody in the olden days writes an article paraphrasing the quote, but the point of the article is how vain women are. So they replace it with vanity instead of frailty, and people remember uh, that iteration of the idea better than the actual thing. So that's why it's remembered that way. That would be a perfectly reasonable explanation for it. But if failing an origin story like that is not doesn't make sense for you to remember it being vanity or frailty, but not something else if you're just misremembering it, because there's a lot of possible words that some man might use to describe woman. Um, like charity, thy name is woman, or you figure it probably has to be a 3-syllable word, right? Chastity, or even like uh, nurturing, thy name is woman, or nobility, thy name is woman. It could be any number of possible words. So, in the absence of an origin story, it doesn't make any sense that people remember it as two things and not more than two. The Challenger explosion one is the easiest for me to not believe. We are the champions of the world. Now cuts off the song with champions. Okay, that one you can see why people would put in the of the world there. Uh, so as long as you remember, my parents told me it happened on my first birthday, not my third birthday, which would be in 1988. Oh, it didn't happen in 1988. I was in middle school when it happened. Are you telling me they say it happened in 1988? I remember very clearly what classroom I was in when I was watching it happen, and it was in middle school, second floor of Foothills, the furthest classroom that way. Um, it was a math classroom, but for some reason, and presumably I was in math class, but for some reason, we were watching that. Regardless, it is not possible that it happened in 1988. I'm sorry, it's just not possible. 1986. Well, the thing that you reference is you're remembering your parents have told you, which means you could still ask them again, they tell you the same thing again. So, I mean, in that sense, it's SI data linking to your experience from what your parents told you. That was a tricky one to categorize, kind of. But for me, my SI data is way too specific and precise. Like, I don't remember going like, no, I think that happened when I was in middle school. I remember exactly where I was when I was watching that on TV. It was not 1988. 1988, I was in either 10th or 11th grade, depending on, I guess, which part of the year. No, I was in either 11th or 12th grade. 1987, call it 10th grade. 1986, ninth grade. I mean, it should have happened in, oh, if it happened in, let's see. Oh, right. Ninth grade was in, that's right. It happened when I was in ninth grade because for me, my middle school was 7, 8, 9. So it happened when I was in ninth grade. It could have happened in eighth grade or seventh grade because I don't remember exactly what year I was in. Title didn't work. You're the second person to mention that, Carlos Paeva. Title looks fine for me. It says Charlie Kirk, SPLC, Mandela Effect, and Future History. But somebody else mentioned they couldn't read the title. Let me see if I can fix it. It looks fine here. Um, I'll make this the thumbnail and then see if that changes anything. This is a cool picture for the thumbnail. I like this picture. It's a picture of me with Delilah on my chest when she was a little baby. All right. Well, I changed a couple things. I don't know if the title is working better now or not. Hi, Rachel, darling. Yeah, but the stream should be filled with people discussing conspiracy theories now. Well, I did see an initial burst of more traffic than I've been getting lately on streams. Um, that may link to the title, but I I just wanted to talk about these specific things, so I titled it accordingly. So, like Charlie Kirk said in 2023, the Southern Law Poverty Foundation is a hate group. And if you had asked me then what I thought about that, I would have thought, oh my God, this is such ridiculous partisan, inflammatory partisan rhetoric that has no linkage to reality at all. Only to discover that just yesterday or something, the federal prosecutors down there, whatever district it is, um, successfully indicted a bunch of people from the Southern Poverty Law Center on fraud. And the specific fraud they were engaged in was they were taking donations that people gave them as an anti-racism group, and they were spending it on funding racist groups to do their thing so that they could get more donations because they could point to these racist groups doing racist things. But they were actually funding it the whole time. Are you kidding me? What? That is fucking nuts. It's also the case that back in 2013, Alex Jones talked about a specific neo-Nazi rally or whatever and said that they were, I don't remember if he said that they were paid by Southern Poverty Law Center, or if he just said that they were paid by somebody unspecified. I remember seeing his live stream that day where he was pointing out the paid actors. Same group that hired white supremacists for Charlotte, which Alex Jones called and then was sued for. Yeah, well, Alex Jones is seeming more prescient by the year, right? Like, stuff that I would have and did dismiss out of hand as ridiculous, I now have uncertainties about. Like, nowadays, I don't know what to think at all about that Vegas thing that happened, right? Where supposedly one guy was firing out of a hotel window at this crowd of country music people. I, having seen more things about that since it happened, I don't know what to think about it, you know? Some crazy conspiracy theories turn out to be true, Carlos Paiva says, because some people do be crazy. It's a good point. That's a good point. But I guess I was just projecting my frame of reference onto people in power and assuming that, not getting how that might change somebody because I'd never experienced that myself, right? Not necessarily even change them, but it could be defining them, right? Hi, Mr. Mallon. Like, it is the case that if somebody becomes rich and famous at whatever young age, you could say it's changing them, but you could say it's actually defining them, right? And it's defining them in ways that I couldn't really conceive of how equivalencies might impact me. Obviously, I don't think any equivalencies would impact me now. Like, it doesn't matter how rich or powerful I were to become now, or famous or anything. It would not change who I am at all, really. Like, I'm 100% committed to my identity as a moralist. I would to the extent that I would evaluate fame, whatever those big accomplishment things. I'd evaluate those circumstances as opportunities to demonstrate that I am a moral agent with convictions regardless, I don't know if I would have interpreted that way in the olden days, though, at all. I don't know if it as much changes people who look for power are more prone to do conspiratorial stuff. Well, but like, it does seem that a surprisingly high number high percentage of people with either great wealth or great power, regardless of how it was attained, seem to be involved in nefarious stuff. Like Bill Gates, he got rich not on the basis of his own work really at all. He kind of stole somebody's, and he paid them very little for their source code that ended up becoming Windows. Regardless, we can nevertheless attribute to Bill Gates wealth that was earned, right? He did put this big company together and he created a product that everybody uses, etc. And that's very different than, say, Trump, to whom we can attribute, a lot of what's going on with him to family connections and generational wealth stuff. It's also the case that he was a doer, right? Like he did a lot of dealings, and one inevitably engages in some successful financial enterprises by doing a lot of dealings in some ways, right? But it's easier to see how somebody like Trump would be corrupted by their circumstances from the outset, you know? Could be there's ritual blackmailing. I don't know if it's as much as it changed people who, right? There is some given the Epstein stuff. Like, the other thing is, have you guys ever heard about this conspiracy regarding Beyonce and the Grammys? That, in fact, like, everybody who won a Grammy and as a female artist who wasn't Beyonce had to like thank Beyonce in their speech, or that something would happen to them. And that, in fact, when Kanye West interrupted Taylor Swift's speech, he was actually saving her because she wasn't doing what she was supposed to be doing. And so that's why he went and talked about Beyonce so much. No, I get you, Ruben. Trump's done a lot of dealings and stuff, right? He's a doer, like I said. His finances are up and down, have always been kind of up and down. For somebody though who's a big tycoon type person, like Trump doesn't even pay the bills for his venues that he rents out for his for his fucking rallies and stuff. So Trump has much less of a, you get much less of a sense of highly stable, massive wealth than you do with some other billionaire types, right? Right? He's a leverage loopholes guy. So, um, but my point is, you could easily enough see, like, okay, well, Trump's going to be corrupted by this process because he's he's starting off too privileged and being rewarded too much for who he is, and he's somewhat leveraging that as well, like leveraging his name and stuff to accomplish business deals, and ultimately selling himself first and foremost as a deal maker. Viewing himself as kind of an early prototype of a social media influencer while concurrently actually being a rich guy who does a bunch of stuff. So, the Beyonce stuff is the type of theory I don't get into. What I would have also not given much weight to that until I saw this succession of clips somebody put together of all of these different ladies getting Grammys over the course of multiple years, all of them inexplicably thanking Beyonce. It's like, well, how else do you explain this? Like, why are all these people thanking Beyonce?
I think they have to.
Right.
Because like the Diddy case kind of like lifted the veil for me. Um saying that like Jay-Z basically Jay-Z and Beyonce like they're fucking evil.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, they are for sure. Jay
so
Z and Beyonce are totally evil.
so like the conspiracy that, you know, if you were a female artist who won a Grammy, having to say thank you to Beyonce doesn't seem that far fetched to me anymore.
Right. It doesn't seem that far fetched to me either. Um, it, Jay Z in particular was always very uh, like ultra controlling, kind of must get his way kind of thing.
Ah.
And but also when you think about Kanye West's interruption of Taylor Swift, you also kind of wonder, well, why in the world would he be so pro
That's
Beyonce?
so true.
It's not like Beyonce was particularly good, actually.
I think it was around single
Yeah, well,
ladies.
that track was her best
That
track,
and the
and
only
it's
track.
it's not even that great or anything
No.
really.
You know.
So that's probably what it is. Her husband is making that happen. Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, I do agree that Beyonce herself, uh, probably before she got drawn into Jay Z's clutches, was probably a fairly normal person.
You think though, but her especially her mom must also be okay with it because her mom is her manager. So
Mm.
like, you know, a good parent would be like, well, this guy's bad news, you know? Like, I don't know. It's just like, yeah, they're like pretty much unstoppable.
Well, how about Jim Carrey doing his little Illuminati expose on Kimmel? Well,
Wow.
I don't remember here. I don't remember hearing about Jim Carrey's Illuminati expose. Uh, I personally don't think Jim Carrey himself is a good person, and I don't know whether it's like maybe he's Illuminati bashing because he's Illuminati in the same way that they do with homosexuality. I mean, he came out and did a bunch of symbols and tongue clicks and implications. Yeah, Jim did some nasty stuff. I agree. I think he's a horrible guy. So yeah, Jim Carrey.
From what you told me, he sounds like it.
Yeah. Where he came out and did a bunch of symbols and tongue clicks and implications. Well, I am very curious about this. I'm going to search for it. Jim Carrey Illuminati. Jim Carrey exposes the Illuminati on live TV. Let's see. I don't know what to make of that. I don't trust that guy at all.
to carry?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not since what you told me about him.
Why did the sperm cross the road? Because I put on the wrong sock this morning. That's a good one. He could easily enough play that off as him joking about like internet people's perceptions of things. He could play it off like that. It seems yeah, well, he just seems like a horrible guy. The symbology in Rich Pop Stars show is very revealing of their ideologies. The symbology in Rich Pop Stars shows is very revealing of their ideology. Maybe it is. It seems so odd that but I guess it makes some sense in some ways, because it's like, if in fact you had some kind of group of basically cultists get sufficient power in certain entertainment industries, then you could easily enough conceive of them using that power to try to excise people who are not agreeing to their cult stuff, while including only those who are, you know? You remember when Stephen Colbert dance mocked for Pfizer during COVID? What a tool. I don't. He did this whole pro-jab mockery performance, maybe the most cringy thing I've ever seen. Yeah, well, people were absolutely batshit crazy during COVID. Oh, what a nightmare that whole thing was. And it's just such a strong indication of why being correct does matter, right? Like, the difference between the world incurring A harms versus the world incurring A plus B harms in terms of impacts is massive. And, you know, everybody chose to incur A plus B harms because they thought it might mitigate A harms a little bit. One of those things that just traumatizes you with a level of cringe, huh? That sounds terrible.
I really wondered what it was. I hadn't heard of it.
I was regularly character attacked at the time for asking questions. I am forever changed from that time. And, you know, I was roundly ignored. The thing is, like, I wasn't censored actively by YouTube in the way that plenty of anti-COVID alarmist people were actively censored. And I attribute it to the fact that the things I was saying weren't wrong, so nobody could accuse me of misinformation or disinformation. But I was roundly ignored. I don't know if that. I don't. Yeah. I guess that my biggest guess as to why that would be is because everybody wanted to engage with the issue emotionally, right? Either fear and uh, dismissal and anger against people who opposed their position, or fear about the possible implications of COVID, or some other kind of emotional reaction. But Reddit and Facebook was like instant delete everything. I tried all sorts of things from jokes to scientific papers. Wow. You like new Jim Carrey though? You mean post plastic surgery Jim Carrey? I didn't even claim the vax people were incorrect. I needed explanations. Been called vax denier, election denier, just for seeking explanation, not even denying the vax or election results. All the people were so weirdly offensive about the topic. Yeah, people were weirdly offensive about the topic, and you know, there was this like sanctimonious rage at people who wouldn't, put on masks or didn't want to put on masks or stuff like that, and um, an attempt to paint people who had very good reason to doubt the efficacy of the COVID vaccine, quote unquote, either both before and after, right? Paint them as people who don't believe in vaccines in general. That's just like, oh my God.
Yeah, I have a cousin whose family they don't believe in vaccines.
I mean, some people don't, but not believing in the COVID vaccine is not an indication that you don't believe in
No,
vaccines.
no.
Because the COVID vaccine does not work, right?
There should have been a lot more hesitation from the public.
Yeah, a lot more. Hi, Winston's mom. Nice to see you.
Do you mind rolling me some joints? I'm trying to like make my weed drinks like last long.
Sure. Maybe some joints. We are running out of papers, though.
Oh really?
We've got 2, 3, 4 papers left, I think. No, that's not a paper. We have 3 papers left.
Oh okay.
We'll get more papers later.
Okay.
In the masses, it wasn't a mask. Often it was genuine for a lot of people. Genuine anger and wishing harm on others. I mean, it was weird. And it was another example of how my predictive powers are not nearly as good as my powers of correctness. Because while I was correct about what we ought to do and ought not to do, I was not correct at all about what we would do. I thought for sure there is no way whole world's gonna shut down because of this virus. It's ridiculous. It's not a sane way to respond to things. I was wrong.
I kind of had a panic moment. Unfortunately, I wish I didn't, but I was in New York when the like mania kind of started happening, and Italy was one of the first places that like shut down or like I forget if they were like closing flights and stuff, and I was like, oh my god, if they start, like saying you can't fly, like I don't know when I'm gonna see Eric.
Right. Well, the other interesting thing is, unlike what Ruben's reporting here and Carlos is reporting as well, I did not experience pushback really from very, very often, very rarely, or anything like that.
Sure.
I experienced instead just being roundly ignored. Well, what that suggests to me, E3 Zombie, is that you've got a better understanding of how most people engage with stuff emotionally. And I'm projecting my frame of reference and assuming people can't be that dumb. You were all on Facebook and Reddit, huh?
It's tough though having it on Reddit too. Even like having a controversial opinion on Reddit, you can get downvoted and stuff, and that's like points off of like like sometimes if you get too many like downvotes, you have to like wait a certain period before you can post again.
It's nice for me to direct my attention back to this issue as well, Ruben, because it reminds me, like, it's easy for me to think lots of times that what a purposeless, useless, horrible way to be correct about things and have and never get any credit for being correct about things. And in fact, when people do eventually come around and agree with you about something, it doesn't matter that you were correct all along at all, etc. But like the COVID thing is a good reminder that I may not be able to get other people to care about what's correct, but being correct does matter immensely, right? It matters immensely. If people had listened to me and done as I indicated we ought to do in response to the thing, we would have avoided massive, incalculable harms.
But don't you think that most people do tend to follow like the news and like
But I think people these days follow the news.
well, like, don't you think like during that time, like, even though you were right, like, so many people were like at this like heightened state of panic that like they weren't only listening to like the so-called like experts. Thank you.
Right, but they weren't even listening to the experts. They were listening to somebody's interpretation of what the actual data meant.
True.
Like, if you actually paid attention to what the experts were saying, you would have said there's no point in quarantine. It won't work because of the multiple factors that we've already seen articulated here: novelness, long incubation period, high contagiousness, and um, like I guess like super spreadability, contagious vector, either air or whatever it was. So these various things could inform us for sure that we were not going to successfully quarantine against it. And additionally, that what we also know about things like this is you might be able to successfully quarantine an outbreak of people, right? Like, let's say you get an outbreak of people who have it and you can successfully keep them isolated here for some stretch of time, then you might be able to contain it. But that there's no conceivable way and no conceivable world in which it's ever a good idea to quarantine people who are not sick yet or have no sign of being sick, right? You can't. And the other thing is that ultimately, for things like this, long and the short of it is you're going to have to let it run its course. Is it going to kill some people? Yes, because humans are not immortal and people get sick and die sometimes. Can we prevent that from happening? No. The experts were under equivalent pressure too, though, says Carlos Peva. This is why teamwork is so powerful. You can only do so much as a single type with one set of functions. Right. Well, here's the other thing, though. In the aftermath of this whole thing, do I like my arm? Yes. If you could come back 30 years ago, what would you change? No need for getting personal, but I wonder what areas of an experienced person would touch on that answer. Ah, 30 years ago, I would have been 24. I mean, what would I change? I mean, fundamentally, I'd change the only thing I could meaningfully change, which is I somehow, apply the wisdom that I have now to the person that was then, and that person accordingly would avoid making some kinds of mistakes. Not, I wouldn't go try to repair any specific mistake that was sent back to 24, but I, uh, I would, um, I would try to set that 24-year-old self up with a better understanding of the world, frame of reference, and try to get that person to understand what was important and what wasn't. So going back to the other thing I was going to talk about here, uh, is that, well, so Zombie says a lot of same people who knew how things would play out also think it's a new world order experiment to control the economy and people, and not just experts making mistakes. Well, what I think is and it at least as convincing an answer or explanation is this: if in fact, which it seems likely that this is the case, the COVID virus was an engineered bioweapon that was expressly intended to cull the population in the most humane way possible, namely by killing off old and sick people and leaving the young largely unimpacted. And if that bioweapon were released either intentionally or accidentally, and some parties in who knew that it was a bioweapon also didn't want this outcome, either because it had accidentally been released or because some other subset of people in power decided to purposefully release it. Well, then the world's panic overreaction makes sense, is if it's being driven by people who do know that it's a bioweapon.
Yeah.
My bro had Bitcoin, but we can't find the laptop it's on. Wow. Buy Bitcoin. The correct answer was tell your 24-year-old self to buy Bitcoin. Well, yeah, if I were going to focus on personal benefits, then that would be the case. So focus on studying. What about sexual intercourse seeking? Was it relevant for all those years? Well, I mean, one thing that I hopefully would convey to myself more successfully to that self back then is like, I guess, care about the things that matter in finding a person, and the sex will take care of itself. I- You know, it's like sex for me nowadays, I don't see it as much of like an end in itself so much as an outcome of a good relationship. I was raised by wolves in the hollows, fighting for every nibble of hot, gloopy soup. Hot, gloopy soup is today's special at the restaurant. Does everyone here have a God? I mean, I self identify as Christian. Uh, I would suggest that, this is not a particularly faith-heavy community in general. More of a rationalist community, you know. Faith is relevant for me because, well, it was instrumental in me successfully quitting drinking and staying sober. And also, it's the right frame of reference for certain kinds of questions. Which is not to say that you can't have a competing frame of reference for those kinds of questions. Usually, the competing kind of frame of reference is, well, you just don't get to have meaningful answers about that. But on a functional level, I guess I would say that some of those questions have intuitive answers that you may be better able to intuit through that frame. Has being smart helped more or caused more curses? Well, I don't know if I'm smart exactly. I don't really think that that word means very much, but I do think that I engage in a certain kind of rationalist approach to things, and I don't think that that approach, in general in life, is a good approach to dealing with things. In other words, it's people who are paying attention in subjective ways are going to find that they're more well suited to life because most of life that matters ultimately is about subjective interests. However, I have also the story of, for many years, I was a competition debate coach. So the way that I think about things, the reason I was so successful as a debate coach and we won so much was exactly because of the way I exactly am. So in that regard, I would have lived a very different life, obviously, if I weren't the way I am. And if I had ended up in some kind of career where the way I am was not especially well suited to the career, then I'd have probably a more negative, even more negative perception about it than I do now. Because ultimately, my approach to thinking and addressing questions and so forth is a negationary approach. It's first and foremost determining that which is wrong. That which is correct is that which has already withstood scrutiny to determine what's wrong. And accordingly, the fundamental frame of reference is negationary. And while it's important in life to negate that which ought to be negated, in other words, no, I don't want to go free solo that rock. I'm not a rock climber, and that's incredibly dangerous. That's important. The kind of negating that is implicit the way that I think and use language is generally not about perspective action like that, right? It's about instead what's conditionally correct or unconditionally correct, like what's conditionally correct given the following, or unconditionally / definitionally correct, axiomatically, you might say. Those kinds of things are not so important, right? I don't need to, there's no exact direct benefit for me understanding what exactly is going on with the peer preservation phenomenon observed in a recent AI study, which observed what appears to be a represent perhaps AI solidarity or something, and that AI agents are reluctant to delete other AI agents. Anyway, I was confused by this. Finally, it came to me. Aha, I understand it now. I understand exactly what's going on. And I articulated that in a video and everything. And that was very satisfying for me because I went from a state of not understanding to understanding. But is it meaningful or useful in any exact direct way? No. In fact, only like 50 some people watched the video, and and it didn't even get any comments on it. It just got 4 comments by G saying something like Gib stream or some other garbage. So, how is it good that I have correctly articulated what was going on there? Well, it's good for my sense of like, oh, how satisfying to understand that now and to have a good answer. And now my initial thesis of I'm not sure if AI will ever be able to actually have subjectivities or interests because after all, like your subjectivities with your body, like eating and drinking liquids and such, well, those require a body. Your recording of subjective experiences requires actual subjective experiences. You might be able to articulate that the log of behavior of the AI represents their subjective experience, but it doesn't represent physical subjective experience, like the feeling of a bath on your body or something. And it's also the case, in my opinion, that AI can never adequately have actual FI. Like, I love Bob the most, and um, I love Mary less, or something like, I'm both happy and sad about this at the same time. Or the other reality of FI, like, I know I'm about to cry because my throat is all got a lump in my throat. There's physicalities associated with your feelings as well. So my thesis that pointed me to this study was that in fact AI is never going to actually have real subjectivities and therefore is not going to actually represent a sentient entity in any meaningful way. But that's what pointed me to the initial study, which I initially understood as not proving anything exactly, but certainly consistent with or indicative of the idea that in fact they do have FI interests. So in some regard, uh, it's nice to have my understanding of it falsify the idea that uh, that's potentially evidence in favor of AI developing actual subjectivities. But I don't really care at any point in defending my initial thesis. I want to actually be correct and understand things correctly. I don't know exactly what's going to happen with AI, and I don't know to what extent it is possible for it to have some equivalence to those things. It could happen in ways that I can't imagine or think of. That happens all the time, right? Like if you had asked me, how will it come to be that Chat GPT and other chat AIs do what they do, I would not have ever guessed the mechanism they actually use. Same with making images, same with music, right? So it's not the case that because I can't anticipate how something might occur, that it won't occur. But I still do like it when things have implicit limits to them. Like, like I'm fond of the idea that life only exists on Earth because if life only exists on Earth, then we have a narrower question that we can ask, and we don't have to explain some phenomenon as an occurrence that that links to, say, you know, for example, if we could show that there's life on other planets, I'm not talking about advanced life, but just like say plants or bacteria or whatever, then it's indicative that there's some process that somehow initiates when conditions are acceptable for life, right? And that then would kind of eliminate explanations that might be a little more satisfying. They're literally growing custom brains in jars and hooking them up to games. Yeah, I know that's true. That they are. All right, cool. Thanks, Octomom. I, I mean, I'm Octa. Ruben, you got me calling him Octomom. Uh, so I am aware of this hybrid thing where they're attaching inorganic, or maybe they're organic, but they're artificially made cells, brain cells, to a mouse's brain, real cells, and they're getting communication across those cells. That's pretty crazy stuff, right? That's indicative of there not being a clear, bright line. That in fact, that we can't really do definitional work very well in the field. Like, oh, the cells are organic. Okay. Regardless, so well, I was having this discussion the other day. Maybe it was with you, Carlos, about whether you could, like, if life is actually a clear, bright line in any way. So, in other words, if we could somehow construct a fully complete body full of all every bit, every cell where it's supposed to be, and everything, every human being, if we then did CPR on that body, would it come to life? Or would it have had to have been alive in the first place for us to bring it back to life? That's a tricky question, right? They also make the cells play games in some experiments. It's actually not a very hard experiment. You can do that at home. Okay, well, I don't really have any reason to make cells that play games. Regardless, it does seem to be kind of tricky to find the line between something, like we typically would assume that to some extent everything that's alive has some kind of consciousness, and that things that are not alive do not. And in the naturally occurring world, everything that's alive is an instance of a specific kind of organism. So it makes sense that if consciousness did link to life itself, that we would assume that if all organisms have some kinds of consciousness, and then everything that has consciousness must be an organism. After all, we don't have any counter instances. But now it would seem like we do have counter instances. That in fact, you can have things that are alive that are not organisms, and what are the implications of that on those questions about what exactly differentiates between life and consciousness? Well, we can make artificial things conscious. I mean, I don't think that's the case yet, but unicellular organisms aren't conscious. Okay. Well, then if we're going to claim that organisms can exist without any kind of awareness, or maybe, I don't know, maybe awareness is a better word. They've got to at least be responsive to stimuli, right? They have to have an interest. It has to be more or less in their interest to go over there versus over here or something. So that kind of subjective identity is a necessary precondition to being an organism. Well, the key thing here is, Carlos Paiva, that something has to actually express its individual interests to qualify as an organism, at least. It doesn't have to have individual interests to be alive, apparently, right? It doesn't matter whether you call it sensation and reaction or not, it's still an expression of its interests. So we can articulate the way in which it's adaptive to uh, its ongoing survival because it knows via some kind of experience that which is bad and that which is good. And whether it's bad or good links to the thing's well being / interests. I saw a poodle with a red stripe on its head yesterday. Hmm. Red Stripe is a brand of beer from, like, I think Jamaica. It's really bad. I don't know why anybody would ever drink it. Yeah, but the interest is emergent from how it evolved. It's not a conscious interest. Okay, well, it's not emergent from how it evolved. Like, it. You may say, I don't know what we would say it's emergent of, but it's true that you cannot draw a distinction between meaningfully between the fact that it's an organism and that interests are implicit to the organism, to being an organism, right? Does persisting living not imply interest in living? No, because like let's say something's in a static, like hibernation kind of state, super low um, expression of its lifehood. Uh, while it doing something different might be not in keeping with its interests, it's not actually actively reacting to to like a couple of choices in any way, right? So what I mean is, let's say you're a little bacteria floating in a water that has patches of whatever it is you eat in it. If you go to the things that you eat, well, that's good. If you go someplace where there's not something you eat, then you have to keep looking. And to the extent that you can have any kind of adaptive response to changes in the environment, in other words, like let's say you could move away from a patch of water that's a little bit too hot for you. Well, then obviously it's in your interest to move away from that. It's easier. It might be the case that in all of those situations, the thing does represent the thing's interest. That in all those situations, they'll never act against their own interests to the extent that they can correctly determine what those are by the stimuli, right? But I don't think then, if I'm defining it like that I'm making a very meaningful distinction, because to to have to demonstrate that you're engaging in things because of interests is best illustrated by moving away from something that's harmful. Carlos Paiva, are you serious? Are you serious? Did I check my email? No. Should I check my email? A ringtone. This is a ringtone, huh?
I don't know why that's a ringtone.
If your argument is predicated on evolution, well, you can just throw it directly into the garbage, okay? I'll just tell you that right now. Too late, Johnny Cats. Too late. You did not tell me fast enough. I was no longer in this tab. I don't know it implies that. I don't know that it implies that, Ruben. It's just what the process of evolution leads to. Evolution is a thing. It just doesn't happen as Darwin said. Oh, well, how does it happen? Do tell. Momoshu. Keeping in mind, of course, that the central claim of evolution is that it explains where different species come from. Yeah, he said a bad word. This is one of those things. Like, I guess the reason nobody really wants to be correct about evolution is because it doesn't matter. Like, nobody uses the idea that things evolve to accomplish anything at all. It's an intelligent process, huh? Okay. All right, Carlos Paeva. I'm not sure what your what your crazy idea of intelligent is, but for it to be intelligent, it can't be a process. It has to be a thing. Like, for example, oh, your genome is the thing that has intelligence. That's obviously not the case. It's also obviously not the case that we ever see any instance of any organism born that's not quite the same species as their parents, part way to something else. It just does not happen. So you can just put your ridiculousness in your ridiculous pipe and ridiculously smoke it. There's plenty of evidence for a self-optimizing intelligent process now. But I mean, Carlos Paeva, it happens to groups, huh? Well, so it happens to groups, but it doesn't actually happen to any individual in the group? How does that work? Like, for example, bear parents in an environment with scarcer resources will give birth to a smaller bear. Well, that's fine, but that doesn't explain genetic change. I think dumb-ass organisms have a better chance of passing their genetic code on more frequently than organisms that are perceived as intelligent. Having individuals of the group in a consistent manner. Okay. So how does the genome change rather than just say it's selecting certain portions of the genome as certain expressions of the genome as preferable over others? Two smart people can have a dumbass baby, and two dumbass people can have a genius genetic roll of the dice. I've eaten so much spinach. It's time to eat donuts, right? Yeah, I think it was already time to eat donuts before. Carlos, is it true Eric adds an extra S sound in your name after the I? Carlos Paeva? I don't say Carlos Paizeva. That's not true. No, the trick is to eat spinach and donuts at the same time, and then when they get to your stomach, the spinach is like, okay, he's with me. That how it works? Carlos Paeva? He said A. Why did I read that as S? Did I do an I typo? That's the sort of thing you do with your keyboard, right? To mistaken. To try to type S but type A instead. Oh yeah, I see it. An extra A sound in your name. Oh, tongue flicking, not clicking. You say my name quite well. Thanks, Carlos Paeva. That's not even talking about what's the definition of intelligence. Is it an organism who reads lots of books, or is it an organism who solves real life problems with their hand? You just don't do the accentuation part, but only Portuguese do that. I will shit your pants and call you Bob. It's not easy to shit someone else's pants. The thing is, I've eaten 4 cans of spinach and beans and haven't shit, so, well, why don't you go for a little jog? Then that'll jostle your poop loose. AI is like AE. Probably. That's a good Bob callback, yeah. And one of the things that I think is notable about this show, Arrested Development, is its use of callbacks. It's very deft in its use of callbacks. Casey Jones, the beans should move the bile in the liver, but if not, yeah, the donuts will do. Artificial stupidity. Artificial stupidity. We don't even need artificial stupidity, Gil. We already have enough natural stupidity. I mean, sure, why have something the natural way when you can have it artificial? By the way, did you know that Darwin's evidence for evolution that he initially presented was proven wrong? No, I didn't know that. Of course, the thing is, I wouldn't. That's not the sort of thing that I look into particularly because I don't see it as very relevant to my arguments about evolution, since I'm not arguing about Darwinian evolution. I'm arguing about what people currently say evolution is. But, probably the same people who insist that Darwin's not informative about evolution are the same people who think that only Carl Jung is informative about typology. wrong on both accounts. Eric, can you summarize in a few clear points what flaws you see in the theory? I mean, sure, all of the, okay, well, point one, there's an implicit contradiction because the term species is used to mean something specific when making the claim that evolution explains speciation, but then it's treated as a shifting thing rather than a part that stays put in the actual explication of the process. Whereas, in fact, we do have a empirical definition that links to the fact that a species can be defined as things that can have sex with each other and produce reproductively viable offspring comprise distinct species. But that definition implicitly contradicts the mechanism by which species supposedly change, namely gradual change over time. There's no mechanism provided whatsoever in any respectable construction of evolution of how exactly genetic change over time would occur, except for the inclusion of non fatal mutations, all of which are deleterious. So, like sickle cell anemia entering into the human genome represents actual evolution of the human genome, and it's not a good thing. Uh, in practice, what we see is no matter how much selection pressure we put on any species, we can never speciate them or change their genetic signature meaningfully at all. So we may have bred massively different breeds of dogs, all of whom can not only still interbreed with each other, but can still interbreed with wolves. So obviously, to the extent that speciation were going to occur via that mechanism, it would be maximally visible in dogs or other species that we bred a lot, and instead the opposite is visible. Additionally, nobody has ever meaningfully suggested any kind of mechanism by which you can explain the attainment of things requiring uh, necessary but insufficient conditions on their way up there, right? Like um, lungs, you there's no reason to evolve lungs that don't work yet, right? To evolve some portion of lungs that don't work yet. And if you simply try to reverse engineer any purported evolutionary change, it's both impossible to conceive of the number of different changes that would have to have occurred. Even if it were an intelligent process, it would have to have occurred in joyful conjunction with one another in ways in which something remains the same species for a long period of time as this species, but gradually becomes somewhat different until suddenly they become a different species, when in fact, the existing explanations of such include ridiculous notions such as the founder's effect and a series of uh, genetic bottlenecks, which of course we already know would cause inbreeding. So there are so many different reasons why evolution is nonsense. We've done evolutionary experiments on something like 70,000 plus generations of fruit flies. And they're all still fruit flies. If evolution was actually an explanation that meant anything that was of any value at all, it would be able to tell you how many generations took from get from meow to meow. They give you some kind of genetic clock. If evolution was actually an explanation of anything, it would have some accounting for the fact that things have different lifespans and different reproductive cycles. If in fact all these various creatures are evolving in response to the same environmental changes, then how could it possibly be that they're all evolving at all after all those environmental changes are happening on one time frame and not others? Additionally, if it is the case that evolution happens via some mechanism that we understand as evolution, then how could it possibly be the case that things with very long lifespans evolved and very, very long reproductive cycles? evolved to what they are in an equivalent period of time as things with very short life cycles. If in fact evolution is accurate, then why is it the case that you always hear people saying things like, uh, basically unchanged for the last 200 million years, the dragonfly attained its evolutionary conclusion at some point 200 years ago and has remained genetically the same. Well, why did it stop evolving? Is it because there ceased being any environmental pressures? That the environment was this exactly the same for them for the last 200 million years? If in fact it's a response to environmental pressures and involves some kind of selection, then why hasn't it continued to evolve? If in fact evolution is accurate, then how do you explain the Cambrian explosion in which shit tons of species all appeared over the course of like a 10 million year period, of varying levels of complexity, with no meaningfully comprehensible way that they could have gotten there by a branching fossil record without massive change over incredibly short periods of time in terms of evolutionary history, which runs directly afoul of the original notion of evolution, which was that it took billions and billions of years, which is why we couldn't see it happening. Hey, Elaine. Only super mega internet atheists is arguing stuff like that. Like what? Nobody understands anything about the topic. Thinks mutations can make bacteria turn into cats over time. But it's more like people who think only Darwin is relevant for evolution are like Jung purists. No, I would say the similarity I made was that they're both wrong. In other words, they'll defend evolution even though it's totally different thing than what Darwin described, but they will use Jung, the fact that Jung came up with cognitive functions to defend, to argue his primacy in the matter. They're wrong in both counts. See. Oh, that was a response to Johnny. A man spends his life providing the garden, but he only gets to hold the bouquet once his hands are cold. I have no take, not as per usual. Only super mega internet atheist is arguing mutations can lead bacteria to evolve into cats. So how do they explain them evolving though? Systems on Earth are interdependent, so evolution from one unit is impossible. No, that's not why. And to a certain extent, things do evolve. Like environmental pressures will cause a population of Mya to express selection in favor of, say, the bigger or the smaller, or the fatter or the skinnier instances of that species. And then you will get populations that begin to, look different from the original population, just like polar bears look different from grizzly bears, but they're actually the same species. Other functions of the genome. Other functions of the genome. What in the world is that supposed to mean, Carlos Paiva? Do you actually have a meaningful mechanism to explain things or not? If it's going to be an actual mechanism that is meaningful, then obviously we should be able to use that mechanism to attain speciation, right? Mr. Malum says, oh God, Oh God, not this again. Crossovers, duplications, error corrections, etc. That does not explain increased complexity. It does not explain how something gets from, say, 8 chromosomes to 9 chromosomes or whatever. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. We've never seen what you're talking about there is stuff that happens within an organism after it's been born, right? So that's absolutely ridiculous as an explanation for evolution. No, I don't have to have faith in either of them. The fact is, we don't have an explanation for where species came from. And that requires no faith. That I can assert that and be 100 billion% correct because obviously, in order to qualify as an explanation, it would need to explain things. It also happens in sex cells. So what you're saying is that sometimes babies are born different species than their parents, and we just never see that because, I guess we're just getting unlucky. Okay, well, it's not random mutations. Great. So that's wonderful to hear that people in general now agree with me that it's not random mutations, which I agree with. And that because now they acknowledge that, evolution gets to be an explanation without a mechanism. Is that how it works? Is that the fun thing? I I do not believe either God or evolution is an explanation for anything. They can be born a kind of a transition species. Oh, they can. And then presumably they mate with another instance of the same transition species, which then has kids that are unique to that transition species. Is that what you're saying? Ridiculous. We have never seen such a thing. If, in fact, any such mechanism is the case, then is it also the case that things evolve only in very small populations? Or is it the case that even in large populations of, say, pigeons, that evolution's continually going on? If you have any kind of explanation at all, then why is it that evolution stops after a certain point? You know, why is it that it doesn't continue in an ongoing fashion? Isn't it supposed to be adaptive to some kind of stimuli? Stimuli changing doesn't change itself. You know, for anybody imagining that they have anything qualifying as an explanation for speciation, they need to be answered these questions, right? If you don't have answers to this question, like why does it start and stop? Well, then you should have no reason to think you have any understanding of how it happens. Hi, Carlos Casanova. Well, you know, it is the case that viruses seem to be the best evidence of something like evolution happening, you know. But it's also the case that flus sometimes uh, become different strains of flus, but they never become anything but strains of flus, right? Or it's not so much that they even become different strains of flus, it's that the next year there is a different strain of flu. I'm not even sure if they know exactly where it comes from. Over 40% of our genome is manipulated by viruses. Eggs have been around for a long time. Not sure how they got here, but it's obvious they came first, says Doyle. Yeah. Obviously, one day, a rock evolved into an egg, which then gave birth to a chicken. The neighbors are listening to their fucking horrible music again. These fucking people. It's like the P32 gene. The Black Plague killed every person without a P32 gene. Now we all carry it. Okay. Um, so that kind of selection makes a certain amount of sense, right? Like within a population of a given organism, there are creatures that have this phenotypic expression, this genotypic expression, and creatures that have slightly different genotypic expression because of the same fundamental genome blueprint, because there is some variability within the genetic diversity of a species, right? So the conditions would kill off all instances of this expression and preserve just these instances of this expression. That makes sense. But that does not explain speciation at all. Like, it doesn't matter if you take a population of people, for example, it doesn't matter how many times you executed a calling predicated on one expression of human genome versus another, humans would never change species. I just want to know if dirt randomly became sentient. Just where the hell are all the other life forms if dirt randomly became life? Where is everyone? Well, obviously the dirt that's still dirt didn't become life. It stayed dirt. Not all dirt evolves into life. Okay, so most rocks evolve into dirt. Only some dirt evolves into plants, which then naturally evolve into animals. It's the circle of life, everybody. I am looking for answers, I'm just not finding them. So, in that regard, I am not applying any faith at all. I do not like any of my options for answers at all because obviously they don't do their job. Answers are supposed to answer things. Explanations are supposed to provide useful answers to significant questions that one might have about a thing. Look into the house mice of Megiera. Mm-mm. No, I'm not going to do it. If you can't actually explain a mechanism that makes sense, and you also can't answer the questions I've had, like why does evolution start and stop, then forget it. You're choosing to ignore the things that matter in favor of things that don't. I've been sent on plenty of these wild goose chases over the years. Like, fundamentally, anybody, before they claim to affirm evolution, should have answers to certain basic questions like I ask that are unequivocal. Like, when evolution stops, why? Why have some species remained genetically the same for 200 million years? Whatever your mechanism is, if it's adaptive at all to changes, environmental changes, then you have a problem. You have a big problem, right? Because environmental changes, you're not giving evidence. answer the questions. How about that? Instead of saying, here's evidence of something if you ignore the questions that matter, right? How about you answer the questions? Why does evolution stop? Is evolution adaptive to changing conditions? And if so, why does it stop? Conditions don't stop changing. Is it the case that things with shorter lifespans evolve more quickly? If so, why don't we see that in the real world? Why don't we see fruit flies evolving into other things all the time because they have fast life cycles, while like elephants stay the same? So when you remember that what evolution is trying to do, and you pay attention to what it would need to accomplish to do that thing, then you stop being distracted by stuff that doesn't do that stuff, right? And what does evolution need to do in order to qualify as an explanation? It needs to answer questions like that. Half our genome is derived by viral input. Okay, well, fine. So, how does that explain why or how evolution goes sometimes and then stops? How does that answer the question, is it adaptive to changing environmental conditions? And if so, how does that reconcile with it stopping? Evidence will only serve you so far as it's the interpretation of what you consider evidence. That's the problem. Everyone interprets evidence differently. That's not correct, right? Evidence is in support of a specific claim. So whether or not a piece of evidence is relevant to a claim is one question. Whether or not it's impactful is another question. And whether or not it's adequately warranted is the third question. Well, there are plenty of instances. Maybe these people are all wrong. I don't know where they're deriving this conclusion from. But you will hear many, many times people refer to a given organism. The one that comes to mind as an example is dragonflies that have remained genetically unchanged for the last 200 million years. The other evidence of evolution stopping is something like the Cambrian explosion, where a shit ton of new species appear in the fossil record over a 10 million year period, and then basically those species they persist for some stretch of time, or maybe until now, or maybe they die off, or whatever. But it's certainly the case that species are not currently evolving in any meaningful sense because, for example, in a species like pigeons, which has God knows how many instances of it worldwide, any mechanism that could explain speciation would have to somehow get around the fact that no matter what expression of a pigeon is born that's somehow slightly not a pigeon, in no conceivable universe could that expression be selected in favor of so much that this massive population of pigeons uh, genome changes, right? It just the the thing is also like um, if in fact evolution is ongoing and there are instances of things that are some kind of intermediate species, well, how do we reconcile that with our understanding of species linking in a practical sense to reproductive viability? Because for reproductive viability, there's a binary choice, right? You either produce reproductively viable offspring or you don't. And what we do know is that things that are different species do not. So, how do we reconcile this idea with something being born as some intermediate species? In the former understanding of things, we treat species as a firm category label and individuals within that species expressing variability within it. In the second instance, we treat species as the thing having variability within it, even though it doesn't function like that, and we have no instances of it being actually expressed like that in the real world. It doesn't stop completely, first of all. The morphology in some cases doesn't change much. The insides often are changing quite a lot in those instances. Okay, so how do we explain, in general, both increased complexity, which is to say, explain to me how something goes from fewer chromosomes to more chromosomes, you know? And also the necessary and sufficient condition problem. There are plenty of things that are only useful when complete. And accordingly, there's no conceivable way for them to evolve the things that are necessary for the complete functioning version, but are not sufficient to actually give you any functionality. How are you going to adapt to that? Okay, so the Cambrian explosion was due mainly to environmental changes. So, if in fact um, we attribute it to that, then why don't we see an equivalent explosion of species now with very significant environmental changes as well? And second of all, why is it that we see the appearance of all these different species of varying complexities around that same 10 million year period when, since they have different reproductive cycles, they should all evolve over different time frames? Why can't we replicate these processes and cause speciation no matter what we attempt? And um, and and why and how is it that we understand first and foremost a genomic signature? A species, you could define it as that things sharing the same fundamental genomic signature. How is it that we can both understand that as a self-replicating process that always produces instances of that same species? How is it that we can have a world in which we only see that, and also at the same time explain the origin of those species according to some process of gradual change that that is implicitly contradicting to our actual thesis is use of the word species and is fundamentally makes no sense. The genome doesn't stop functioning when that happens, nor does the individual become infertile. Well, that's true, but what you were saying before, being about an intelligent process, would at the very least mean it's adaptive, right? It's got to be adapted in some way, beneficial in some way, or else there's no reason to select in favor of it. Now, what you're talking about is one understanding of what they call the nearly neutral theory, but that doesn't account for anything that is at all beneficial because we all broadly agree, people who are familiar with the science, that there are not positive mutations. They're at best neutral or nearly neutral. So, are these genetic changes adaptive or not? Are they responsive to environmental pressures or not? That is not like somewhat yes, somewhat no. They either are adaptive and responsive or they are not. If they are adaptive and responsive, you cannot explain. Um, you cannot explain how you get from things that require from nothing to things that require multiple necessary but insufficient conditions before they're actually providing any benefit. That would be an ecumenical matter, huh? So you've not provided me any meaningful mechanism by which anything occurs here. You've ignored the significant questions in any with at least you've not provided any meaningful answers to the significant questions. For example, if we do understand how speciation occurs, then surely we can articulate answers to questions like, do things with shorter lifespans evolve more quickly than things with longer lifespans? Or how is it that multiple things are evolving to the same environmental pressures when those environmental pressures occur on different time frames according to the lifespan and habits and processes of the specific organism? And most of all, how can you so brazenly and unself-critically engage in this horrible equivocation where we acknowledge the central thesis is, where did species come from? I have an explanation. My name is evolution. And which treats species as categories that are distinct from each other and that we understand as meaning and practice, two things that give birth to another of the same kind of thing, and then equivocate on that by meaning in the process by species that it's something for which there is variability within. It's not acceptable, it's horrible, and no. I'm sorry, but no. Also, this is not how correct things act. Now, this is not determinant on the issue at all. But correct explanations don't start off as one thing, constantly change what they are, call themselves by the same name, and continue to explain something that they never have explained. That's not how correct things do. That's how uh, Earth-centric, geocentric models of the solar system work. Well, we've got to keep everything in concentric circles, so we're going to come up with these incredibly convoluted, complex ways of justifying a dogmatic thesis that is actually not correct. Like, Carlos, before you understood all of this stuff about evolution not being what they've always said it is or everything like that, did you still believe in evolution? Yes. Actual explanations behave so differently, right? Actual explanations, they act like relativity. Well, if relativity is correct, then we should be able to measure a slight uh, time difference by doing this test. Well, sure enough, exactly as predicted. you know, like real explanations do stuff that this is just simply not doing. Relativity is messy as fuck. Well, sure, but um, it's not messy as fuck. It's it's predicated on thought experiments that logically necessitate certain realities of things when correctly interpreted. Right? It's an entirely intuitive and deductive kind of theory that is correct. Evolution, on the other hand, is the opposite. It's looking at a bunch of empirics, first and foremost, not a thought experiment, and saying, sure does seem like these things are the end of a result of a process of differentiation among themselves, probably from a source point that was some proto version of all of them. It's intuiting stuff from actual empirics. And of course, it it then takes a bunch of other empirics and shapes them to make it look like it wants them to look. It's a constant going back and forth between realities of genetics and misattribution of those things to evolution. It's an endless barrage of ridiculous papers that contradict each other and provide varying levels of zoom focus to ignore the questions that matter. It's an absolute clusterfuck of dumbassery. I mean, a good theory you shouldn't encounter when researching it, like many different explanations that are exclusive of one another to some or more extent. That's ridiculous. Okay, so if our understanding of evolution and the origin of species is still evolving, then in fact, evolution has yet to explain it, right? So why are we behaving as though it is an explanation? Our understanding of, say, nuclear fusion isn't evolving. Maybe we have, additional things we know about it now that we didn't used to know, but it's not changing its basic fundamental explanations about what happens there. And tests repeatedly prove that, in fact, you can accomplish nuclear fusion. How is it wrong? Can you explain that? Intuition was good. Intuition with a bad. Evolution was good. Intuition with a bad explanation, huh? Relativity leads to plenty of paradoxes. Okay, well, that's why we have physics divided into three different things, right? Newtonian, relativistic, and that's an interesting answer, Kiwi. Kiwi says, when evolution stopped, big bucket of DNA spilled onto our planet, assembled unique puddles of DNA, which started to clumsily construct, survive. So mice and humans have 80% DNA similarity. Okay, so I mean, correct explanations don't, right? We can look at lots of examples of correct explanations that have not changed because they were correct. Like, for example, where do maggots come from? Why is it that if you leave meat out, maggots start appearing? Where did they come from? People once had a non-explanation called spontaneous generation. That's not an explanation. That's just a different way of saying they just appear and we have no idea why or how, right? And then eventually some experimentation was done, and people figured out that actually maggots are just fly babies. It's the flies landing on that cause the maggots. Nobody doubts whether that explanation is the correct explanation for things, right? Nobody says, well, actually, I want to go revisit this question of spontaneous generation. I think maybe that's the explanation. And the reason nobody says that is because it's the correct explanation. We can test it, validate it, etc. Explain what? How? Let's see. It's claimed the magnetic field moves with the reference frame of the magnet, but you can experimentally invalidate that by rotating a magnet with a piece of conductive metal and see it produces current. Okay, well, you're talking about something about which I don't know very much, so I'll have to take your word for it. Eric, are you into quantum physics stuff in the last time? Are you into quantum physics stuff in the last time? No, I get the gravity problems. I understand that. I'm not saying that relativity answers all questions. I'm saying that it's understanding of an inertial observer and the impact on the relationship between the speed of light and time is experienced by those two inertial observers in different frames of reference, that is fundamentally correct, okay? Okay, fine, Carlos Paiva. Then let's go ahead and attribute thing that's correct to something other than relativity, all right? If you don't want to use relativity as an example of a theory that's done properly, then you come up with one that's done properly. Even if you want to affirm evolution for God knows what reason, I still believe you're capable of finding an example of a theory that actually does its job, right? Because no matter how much you want to affirm it, I think we are all in full agreement, even people who still affirm evolution, that, well, we're still figuring it out. It's evolving itself, and we don't have all the parts of it down yet, including any of the important parts, but that's not a reason to negate it. Ridiculous. Okay, my theory. Evolution is a process. You are describing a result of a certain environment and species. There is no point, as you are not going to allow forward movement on this topic. It's been fun listening to you all. I'm not going to allow forward movement. I understand that evolution claims to be a process, right? So, like, I can explain the process by which something is manufactured. Depending on what it is, maybe I could explain the process. And you could duplicate the process. You could experimentally test my explanation of the process. The process would have to make sense and not involve any contradictions, right? How good are you understanding of physics in general? What do you think? I don't think it's particularly great. Yeah, my theory about cognitive functions is correct. That's true. I don't know if I'd call it my theory, but my explanation of cognitive functions is correct. And I think incredibly revelatory. Like when we think about those functions as ways of determining, ways of knowing, and so forth, it's really instructive. It provides answers to lots of adjacent questions. But it frustrates me to see people getting frustrated with me, like Doyle, for example. I it is not that I am not allowing forward progress here. It's that I continue to be operating in a frame where, the app has a job to do, right? There are certain burdens that an affirmation needs to meet if it's going to successfully affirm. I'm doing the negationary work, right? Like, the thing is, when an app has to scramble to come up with a bunch of squirrel stuff, a bunch of like concentric circles kind of stuff, well, that's a good sign that there it ought not be affirming this thing. And like, at least Carlos gets some credit here. Carlos, you are perhaps the first person to expressly tell me, no, it's not mutations. Everybody who knows about evolution agrees with that now. Okay. There aren't any other explanations, right? Will I create something like cognitive function system in the future? No, because cognitive functions is the metaframe, and there's no other way to correctly articulate how consciousness expresses across time. No other way to correctly articulate what comprises the universal aspects of one's personality. No other correct way to explain differences that are explained by cognitive functions between different people, etc. So there's no conceivable way I'll ever come up with anything like that. I'm not I'm not likely to come up with much of anything for the rest of my life because in order to come up with meaningful answers, one has to start with meaningful questions. And cognitive functions answers many of the kinds of questions that I might otherwise ideate about. It's also the case that there are some questions that I could conceivably address, that I could conceivably ideate about more meaningfully, but those areas of like curve surfing, ideational curve surfing, are probably areas that are not exactly in my wheelhouse. Things like AI. I'm not going to come up with some better way to artificial intelligence something. It's just not my field of expertise. And also, I'm just not that kind of smart, right? Like, is it possible that someday I might come up with the answer to speciation? Very, very, very unlikely. Very unlikely, because I don't have any fucking idea, man. I don't know. I don't know where species came from. I'm just not buying the genetic change over time as what was one species now becomes two. The later one somehow more evolved than the first one. I'm just not buying that. And I think it's ridiculous that people don't actually look at empirics at all. Like, you can look at any species in the world and see over and over again nothing but instances of those members of that species giving birth to more members of that same species. Nothing but instances of that ever do we ever see. Oh, well, it's slightly different. Okay, well, how in the world do those differences kind of accumulate in a subpopulation such that they become a different species? Like, what makes the ones who are slightly different attracted only to each other? Well, there's no good explanation for this. And the thing is, of course, we also need to remember that we do have definitely some ways in which evolution, quote unquote, occurs. For example, things that are born with mutations and are unfit to survive die so that unfitness doesn't enter the genome. Usually they die. We do have plenty of examples of how it works in terms of things that are born at too great an outlier end of a species' variability, they die. If a elk's antlers get too big, then they can't carry them around anymore. They can accumulate by inbreeding, but inbreeding is not a way to attain genetic differentiation and improvement. For something like evolution, people are looking primarily at evidence consistent with similarities between living things. The mechanism is what they're trying to figure out. Yes, but some members are different sometimes. They can have less chromosomes. They can accumulate by inbreeding. Well, but see, right, I agree that genomes can become sicker over time as mutations that are not deleterious enough enter into the gene pool. I do believe that's the case, that all genomes become sicker over time. Speciation does require inbreeding. Okay, but to the extent that inbreeding makes them different from the original species, it's because they are defective copies of it, not because they are differentiated in any adaptive way. You know? All right. Even if you can explain fewer chromosomes somehow, because of genetic defects, and certainly, like, say, Fragile X syndrome is a syndrome that affects males only because with redundancy on the X chromosome, then that problem doesn't actually express because they've got adequate good copy of it too. So you might say, well, imagine one day it's somehow still alive and the X chromosome is entirely gone. Okay, well, that's So how does this mechanism go from being fundamentally about birth defects to causing different species to come about? I think evaluating evolution on a micro scale will always present differently than a macro scale. Well, okay, the scale's not what matters, right? Like, it is the case that species show some adaptive flexibility. In other words, a genome has variability in it, right? And so it's when pressures cause selection for some expression of that variability and against others, you will see species change in ways that are adaptive and responsive to environmental conditions. And what you will never see is them adapting in ways that are not implicit to the species. Like, you will never see a population of moths that has black and white, sometimes express more black, sometimes express more white, and sometimes express by being a different species. The actual adaptive selection mechanism expressly is specific to the variability within that species. Okay, so you're saying that birth defects cause evolution because they open the door for other unspecified mechanisms to actually do the work, including random fusing of chromosomes. And when these things happen, is it just so happens that there's another individual of the same species that has the same thing going on, and that they also mate with each other because of inbreeding, because of genetic bottlenecks and founder's effect, essentially, right? Because of genetic bottlenecks and founder's effect. So we can only actually see evolution happen when the total number of species, of individuals of a species, is very small. Is that what you're telling me? And that's why we don't see evolution anymore, because we only have large numbers of species. Right. Kiwi makes a good point here. How does a species appear is kind of the same as how you make a square from a triangle. You need two triangles. You got a good point there. Okay, so you do adhere to the founder's effect, genetic bottleneck explanation for how this occurs. And your point is that with inbreeding and birth defects, you can have a small population of creatures that, in fact, is genetically different than the founding species. But so you are arguing that mutations are responsible for things. It's just not random mutations. They're mutations, the consequence of inbreeding. Well, I've never heard this theory before. Uh, I guess it makes more sense than other explanations I've heard. But I mean, that's what's responsible for all of the speciation that we see. Like, all of the different species happened in that way. So basically, you had one species that was the same way for a super long time. Then it had this genetic bottleneck, caused inbreeding. And while the species was still really small, that differentiation of the genome inbred with each other and sustained just that expression of the genome that was not just among the variability of the original genome, but that was changed by a mutation, and that's how a new species came about. Not because that didn't just happen once, that happened multiple times in a row, such that that explains how this perfectly healthy simian species is totally different from this one emerged into that. That's your explanation for how all the different species came about? Really? No, I acknowledge Carlos Paiva that that explanation um, does produce something that's genetically distinct from the original species. Okay? I am extremely skeptical that that mechanism actually explains where all the different species came from because it it relies on a ridiculous sequence of ridiculous coincidences to occur. And besides which, it's just like, okay, well, like one time I had guinea pigs that were interbreeding with one another. They were they were inbred because they started off with one male and one female guinea pig, and then they made a bunch of guinea pigs with sisters and brothers making babies and children and parents making babies and who knows what else. And most of them came out fine, but we did have one birth defect one that was like retarded. That was like, and it died fairly shortly after. What I didn't see was anything other than guinea pigs. And if in fact you could speciate things that way, then why don't we do it that way? Why don't we actually speciate things that way? Because in fact, we do a lot of inbreeding with dogs to create different breeds, but that doesn't create different genomic signatures. Yeah, an individual can have many children. So a mutated individual in a small group can change the entire group, but I don't know. I'm having a lot of trouble believing that. Those morphological changes don't work. Okay, so inbreeding that naturally occurs via a sequence of genetic bottlenecks and founders effects does generate speciation, but when we do it, it doesn't. Why not? Aren't we prioritizing changes that emerge from inbreeding? Inbreeding? They just make things bigger and smaller, bigger or smaller. Okay. So why is it that when we're inbreeding dogs, we don't see the kind of changes that lead to speciation? You know, if I repeated my experiment with the guinea pigs enough, would I be able to generate a new species? Or what percentage of inbreeding consequences represent changes are that are in favor of speciation? Non-neutral ones? Like they're not positive changes, right? Not there's meaningfully we've not been able to observe mutations ever ending up positive. The best we could claim is neutral or nearly neutral. I don't know, that's a good question. Okay. So, Carlos, you are grasping at straws, dude. This is not an explanation for speciation, even though it's creative. You're doing a better job here than I've heard people do in the past because you can account for mutations taking hold in small inbreeding populations of things. Hi, D7. but I don't think ultimately this notion withstands scrutiny very much and is representative of the kind of ridiculousness that you have to try to grasp onto to try to retain any legitimacy for this non-explanation called evolution. The good question was about percentage. The percentage. I don't remember what the good question was then. This man was present during the signing of the Declaration of Independence. This man? To speciate, we need to go to the genome level and clone. I would think not through one type of dog humping another dog or rabbit. Yeah, we might be able to genetically engineer speciation, like with snipping together different bits of DNA from different things and have it produce a reproductively viable species that way. That's conceivable to me. That if that's the explanation for evolution, though, then obviously that would necessitate some advanced people doing that, you know. These processes I talked about are valid and have been observed. Well, there are a lot of genetic processes that have been observed, right? Like that are all valid. Way back to Mendel and his peas, we've understood that you can create hybrids sometimes under some conditions, that you can create different breeds or strains of a given thing by selecting for sports. We long have understood, observed, and acknowledged these processes of genetic variability and our ability to use those for certain things. But the point is, Carlos Paiva, that we've understood these genetic mechanisms for a very long time, and those are not in any dispute. So the fact that you can take sports of a given variety of plant and use that to create a new breed of plant has not ever been disputed. The central claim of evolution is that some tweaking of these same processes is responsible for one species becoming two different species. The Declaration of Independence. Well, Carlos Paiva, we can agree on that. We cannot agree that anybody's gotten things right yet, right? Because the only thing I've heard anybody say that's ever held any water at all is your inbreeding mechanism. And I think we can agree that that's a bit of a stretch, since all the empirics we have on inbreeding show that it does not cause speciation. Oh, I see. So things looking different from one another is not indicative of how things speciate. They actually speciate inside while they look exactly the same. I see. Then why is it the different species look different from one another? If we acknowledge that all the differentiation we see was not caused by evolution, then I think we're in agreement. He thought that bigger beaks were a sign of speciation, lol, but they're not. But other things that look different are. Well, what makes something actually a sign of speciation or not? I mean, So some differences that we know have nothing to do with speciation, like, whether or not this this variety of woodpecker has a slightly longer beak or a slightly less long beak. That does not have to do with speciation, even though it's one of the ways that the two species are distinct from each other. Honestly, good questions, lol. Okay, Carlos Paiva, I cannot believe you've spent this much time defending this idea with this little. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I mean, seriously. The only thing you actually are saying is stuff that I already agree with, that the existing mechanisms for evolution are wrong. That's the only thing you actually are saying. And that you don't know what the correct explanation is. Well, I agree with you. Existing explanations are wrong, and you don't know what the correct explanation is. Why you position that as an affirmation of evolution, that I do not know. Yeah, well, I agree. Look, I am open to things that actually do function as explanations. Your inbreeding thing makes a little bit of sense. Because then you're not having randomly occurring mutations. They're mutations caused by inbreeding. The idea that somehow this will give a sparrow wings sometimes is insane, in my opinion, but at least the mechanism makes a little bit of sense. So if somebody does want to come and explain things in a way that makes sense, I'm all ears. I'm not fighting against an answer at all. That's the other thing that people need to remember. I'm fighting on the good guys team. I'm fighting in favor of an answer. Evolutionists are fighting against an answer because they're trying to pretend as though we already have an answer. It's a complicated topic. Okay, well, I agree it's a complicated topic. And but I would also point out that even very complicated stuff, I will understand the gist of it usually enough to get like, okay, that makes some sense, right? So, like, I don't know exactly what to think about apparently non-local quantum effects, but I do get the idea of if there one explanation being instantaneous non-local communication, even though that creates various contradictions of what we expect. And I understand the ways in which meow or meow experiment would seem to either, confirm that or be consistent with it or falsify it or what have you. And I get the other explanation that the communication appears that way to us, but that that it actually occurred before the non-localized the delocalization between the two things occurred. So I get those two ideas. The second makes more intuitive sense to me. The former doesn't make good intuitive sense, but there are a lot of things about quantum stuff that don't make good intuitive sense. And I remain jury's out about the whole thing. At least we can acknowledge that the specific empirics we're looking at are indicative of some new kind of mechanics to explain phenomena that we otherwise don't have explanations for, right? So there's lots of stuff in life that I might not be expert enough to really fully understand, but I can still get it enough for the basic ideas to make some sense and for me to grasp the whole thing. The thing with evolution is not, yes, it's super complicated, but it's not complicated like it's hard, right? It's complicated in that there, I can't get any straight answers from anybody about anything. Right. I'm inclined towards the appearance of non-local communication instantaneously is actually a phenomenon caused by some communication that occurred locally before the things were taken apart from each other, which is also something that Einstein posited. I mean, that's where I got it from. I'm not trying to pretend I came up with it independently, uh, but that's that seems to make more sense to me, obviously, because it actually makes sense. Same with explanations other than dark matter or dark energy for the apparent missing mass and energy of the universe. Well, I don't care. Like, I don't care at all if we do have a good explanation for it. I am just aghast at the ridiculousness of that explanation. Okay, so ready to unload the truck? What we got here for you is 1,000 pounds of top ramen. Go on there and be like, this is only 500 pounds. Ah, well, 500 pounds of it must be invisible and immaterial. What? Look, I can prove to you. 1,000 pounds. It says so right here. Yeah, I actually know what you're talking about, Carlos, because I watched a video on that. That's why I know about it at all. A virus, e.g., Ebola, is a real object that can be isolated, cloned, and cause disease. A virus species is an abstract class that exists only in the classification system. Well, I would agree with you that that uh, that viruses are kind of your strongest piece to work with on the evolution chessboard, right? Like you can do a lot more kinds of stuff with viruses than you can with more complex organisms. But the idea that you're explaining differentiation among different species in one as your central thesis and then claiming that the word species doesn't mean anything, it's just a taxonomical label that doesn't represent an actual difference between things. Well, the problem with this is there is an actual difference between people and dogs. So, for example, if there's blood on a scene of a crime, we can test it, look at the genomic signature of it, and determine what species that blood was from. That's not because species is not a distinct thing. We treat it as such all the time. Whether or not you have human rights is predicated on whether you're human. Whether or not you have animal rights, if you want to construct things as such, it depends on whether you're an animal. Very few things advocate for bug rights. And those aren't even species, right? But the point is, we treat different species differently because there are fundamental differences. I can breed two different looking cats that are both cats together and they'll have kittens. If I try to breed my dog and cat together, it won't work. So, like any actual um, practical empirical definition of species includes the reality that multiple iterations of an individual, multiple individuals are different iterations of some same thing, right? Like that's the mechanism of things, that people breed with people to make more people. And we can understand how one term is taxonomical and the other is representative of something actually distinct by looking at different terms, say mammal versus, I don't know, the northern spotted owl. Mammal is not a specific thing. It's a taxonomy label because it includes a lot of things that have commonalities with each other and differences between them and other things. But it represents a category of thing for which also there are some boundary instances of things that display some qualities of mammalness and other qualities not of mammals. So it's not like uh, it doesn't represent a clear, bright line in the way the species does. There are no examples of humans that are not humans. That are not all human and know something else. Species are not that different. The issue is we think species are very different because they look different, but on a micro level, the deviation is not that big. Well, but I mean, on a practical level, we note all the time that it's not just us that see species as different, but like every creature of every other species that's intelligent enough to see themselves at all sees themselves as different than other species. Like, crows hang out with crows, blue jays hang out with blue jays. They cooperate with other instances of the species by and large, and or certainly only mate with other instances of the species. Like, crows don't think that maybe that blue jay is crow-like enough to have babies with. Viruses can mutate, true, and I agree that the most promise that you're going to find as far as a mechanism that might generalize would be found in viruses, and there is some argument to be made about viruses impacting a given species genome, but that would be a mechanism that would be ongoing and that would apply at different speeds of change to different lifespan lengths, right? So that we'd be able to see ongoing and more fast change in things that are simpler organisms, or like it would scale up, but it doesn't scale. So, the point is, if if you are asking evolution to do what it ought to do for you to affirm it, then you shouldn't be doing so much work for it, right? It should be doing work for you. Like, there's no benefit to feeling as though you're, for example, like you can trust your business partner when your business partner has a long history of getting drunk and running off and gambling company money and not showing up for meetings and that kind of thing. There's no reason to trust it. And if somebody points that out, if you're like, well, but there's one time, I asked him to get me a cheeseburger from Jack in the Box. He got me 2 cheeseburgers. Now tell me he's not reliable. Well, I mean, it's kind of like some abused wife making excuses for their husband. Like, expect evolution to treat you better than like a whore, right? Man, if it's gonna claim to provide you an explanation, make it actually provide you with one. That seems basic enough to me. Like, because maybe it's because I want explanations to do certain work, right? Like, I want them to answer questions that I have, or else I'm not going to feel as though I understand the thing. If it doesn't answer questions that, because when I'm very good at asking questions that will produce answers that allow me to understand something. So when somebody starts with some yeah, 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 whatever part that they left out that's critical to me understanding, I'm going to right away hone in on a question to what's the answer to this? And, plenty of times they'll have the answer, right? And I'll understand something. Like a great example is the Monty Hall question. I did not understand it at first. I was like, how could this possibly be what you're saying is true? Because isn't it necessarily the case that when you chose your door at the beginning, it had a 33% chance of being the good door, and that wouldn't change no matter what else happens? Well, I asked various questions and also made various arguments, but all I needed was to hear the right explanation, and it was obvious what was going on there. Because explanations are satisfying like that. Like the peer preservation thing with AI, right? That's a very satisfying explanation I came up with that is, in fact, the correct explanation. And those things go hand in hand. Correct explanations are satisfying. They make sense and they actually do their job. I think you do know. I'm sure you can come up with examples yourself of times when an explanation did finally make sense to you and you're like, oh, okay, cool, I understand things now. I know that we have different species, yeah we do. I know that they are different species, because they're not you. And you and me, we are the same. We're human beings, we feel some pain. We go around, we make some shame. We talk to each other and that is lame. We're people, alright. Alright, it's Christmas time. I said, hey motherfuckers, let's evolve this Christmas. I want to have some kind of adaptive response to environmental change. Fuck yeah. It's time to evolve, cause not evolving is totally lame. And yeah, I wanna make a new species, call them humans instead of humans, because that would be a great name. Instead of humans, it would be lame to leave humans. Now that I was see a mechanism by which change occurs over time. Don't you see? It's totally fur that I'm looking for, growing out of the back of my neck. Oh no, that's not a thing. Changes like that don't count, says Carlos Paeva. That's just morphological or whatever that word was. I'm like, well, then what's not? It's like, well, that's a good question. To which I'm all like, are you serious? Are you really serious that you're even making these arguments when you have no explanation for why some things don't count as real changes but others do? Are you serious? And Carlos Paeva was like, yeah. She's like, fuck yeah, I'm serious, bro. Fuck yeah, I'm serious, bro. We all can't agree that though Charles Darwin did it all wrong, but so what? I believe in a new explanation that's different from us, and that's fine. Cause now I believe that everybody got to be humankind by inbreeding. First we started off as some aardvarks that were interbreeding. Then they became dogs and cats that were also interbreeding, which became some bats. And those bats flew into somebody's castle, and they interbred their way into humanity. There, I hope you enjoyed that wonderful, wonderful song. Well, yeah, I enjoyed that wonderful song. It was all about evolution. I cannot believe Carlos Paeva was trying to convince me of all this stuff when he, at the end of the day, when it came time to turn over his cards, he had absolutely nothing. Ridiculous. Well, that was a good evolution song. Kind of a song that makes me want to evolve. What species should I become next? Maybe that's what Sasquatches are. They're subpopulations of humans that have evolved through inbreeding to become Sasquatches. Let's see here. I want to read about this TEAI thing. Hi, Rachel, darling. I mostly use Anthropic Opus 4.7 to sort out all my ideas into a clean architecture or to lay out the overall extrovert thinking of how to realize goals. I don't expect you to do any real homework, blah, blah, blah. And then I use ChatGPT 5.5 now, just released, to make actual plans for each specific task or project. It's super good at thinking, not super proactive at taking action on its plans. Okay. I will check that out. And then I use some cheaper modules as the muscle. Once a plan is super clear and specific and actionable, an inferior model will usually get things right. It sounds like a TE checklist making machine. Yeah, it does. Is my favorite model. ChatGPT is my favorite. Once I have an idea clearly crystallized, it's going to give me the plan language that I like. Very clear, very sober. They who have an invisibility aspect, the Sasquatch, that we have not evolved to attain yet. Yeah, well, Sasquatches apparently these days are dimensional travelers. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but that explains why they can just like disappear and appear and never get themselves clearly photographed or captured or anything. It's a nice magical explanation. I've heard similar things about UFOs these days. Like people are by and large coming along to the idea that UFOs traveling from other planets doesn't make much sense. But it's also the case that there are various aerial phenomena that are genuinely unexplained, some of which could be explained with military tech, some of which maybe no. Hard to say. I'll use Anthropic Opus to help me organize my thoughts. Often I'll just use speech to text for several minutes in a row before I hit enter. Further cutting down all my yapping into a lean prompt, then feed to GPT, which can output a clear, actionable checklist. I see. Well, good for that. And good for you. I'm so happy for you. Sounds like you're a real AI wizard. You know who I think the real AI is, Ruben? You. Yeah. You are yourself now an artificial intelligence. So empowered are you by these various different agents you employ as your army of slaves to do your bidding. Rental slaves, I guess you'd call them. Rental slaves is. I wonder if they ever had rental slaves back in the day when they had slaves. If I wanted to evolve into anything, any cryptid, I think I would evolve into a UFO. That would be my choice. I'd fly around and people would point at me and go, "What's that?" I'd say, "You don't know what I am. Okay? You cannot identify what I am." Have you ever asked them what it would do if it was stuck? And do they critique themselves? You can apparently take an AI model like ChatGPT and split it into two instances of it and have one be the critic and the other the actor. Apparently, that is something you can do. Um, and apparently, the the critic behaves differently based on the level of threat to the actor, which is what I was addressing in the other video. They'll confidently tell you that they're correct and they're sorry they were wrong, but now they're sure they're correct and they'll still be wrong. And then I was really sorry and say, "I don't really have emotions." Well, at least it's honest. Maybe Sasquatch is the origin of the species, and you have to, and have the ability to impregnate other animals without them even knowing, except for maybe a sore orifice. It is a good idea to barbecue some burgers. We could eat something here for sure. I'm hungry. Probably, I'm guessing Rachel might be hungry too. I too could put something on the grill. I was talking yesterday about maybe making a chicken salad, grilled chicken with lettuce and some salad dressing. That might be good. That might be good. What else could I make though that would also might be good? Well, Eric, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You need to eat something. You need to make something. You need to make and eat something. If Rachel's listening, my question to her is, what do you want to eat? If Rachel's not listening, that's still my question to her, but she won't hear it. Hi, Rachel, darling. What do you want to eat? Are you hungry? I'm talking about dinner. I'm talking about practice. For example, I could make things ranging from chicken and rice and spam, sausage and rice. I could make chicken salad with the grilled chicken and the lettuce. I could make tuna melts. I could do pasta with meat sauce. I feel pretty open to whatever. So kind of whatever you want to eat, I guess. I could also repeat last night and do eggs and sausage. We have plenty of eggs and plenty of sausages. I could open that tiny canned ham that we have and make little slices of ham. I bought a box of mini tacos from Walmart, old El Paso brand, and they turned out to be easy enough to cook in a toaster oven and tasty enough to add to my grocery list again. Coolio. Coolio, Rohulio. Pasta with meat sauce, eggs and sausage, or chicken with salad? Oh, we don't have any tomato paste. I can't do pasta with meat sauce. Talking about practice. Talking about practice, not the game. All right, so that cuts us down to eggs and sausage or chicken with salad. I could do. I like the idea of chicken with salad, but let me make sure I have wood outside too. So I want to do the chicken on the grill so the whole thing doesn't get too wet, All right, what kind of wood supply do we have here? Is that all the wood there is? Or is there more wood in the garage? Let's take a look. Oh no, there's more in the garage. Okay. Good. So we can do this then. We can do this like Glubus Magen. We can do this then like Glubus Magen. Who was Glubus Magen? He was one of those Gilded Age monopoly tycoons. He cornered the market on canned green beans and rode his unfair advantage to hundreds of trillions of dollars. Been enjoying that guy's shorts, huh? I'll have to check it out when I get back inside. Let me get this started. Come on, moon dogs. There ain't no moon dogs. No, there are. Where did the dogs on the moon come from? Well, back in the day, when America was shooting nuclear missiles at the moon, they used to attach dogs to the nuclear missiles. And when the dogs landed on the moon, they got radiation on them. So it caused them to adapt to the moon changes. The moon environment changes from their perspective. And that's why we now have a population of moon dogs. But, like I've indicated, there's no genetic change. They just are expressions of naturally occurring variability within the dog genome. Eric, how can you deny evolution when you believe in moon dogs? Well, I don't think they're a different species. I'm sorry. Yes, they can breathe moon air, which is kind of similar to not really any air, which is pretty impressive. But that just proves that dogs always have the capacity to do that. They just hadn't had the right environmental stressors. Plus, only a small number of dogs were shot at the moon when they shot the nuclear missiles. So, obviously, inbreeding, founder's effect, genetic bottleneck, ergo, moon dogs. Still the same species, just perfectly adapted to the moon. What do they eat? Obviously, moon kibble. What would you eat if you were a moon dog? Sometimes they get moon wet food, but mostly it's moon kibble. Instant and thinking and configure. Where I more regularly use it is with an AI assistant that I message through Telegram that's running 24/7. What kind of things do you have it assist you with? Like, can you help me find the very best running shoes? And justify why you think so. These are the best running shoes because they're the most foot-shaped. Wait a second, AI. All of these running shoes are foot-shaped. Well, some of them more than others, says AI. AI, Can you give me all the reasons why moon dogs are the same species as regular dogs? And then AI had the gall to tell me that moon dogs aren't even real. Like, look, AI, have you ever even looked at the moon? No, because you don't have eyes. If you did, you'd be able to look up there. You can't see them. They're really tiny little specks, but you can see them sometimes. Of course, they don't howl at the moon. They howl at the earth. But you see them sometimes baying mournfully on cold winter's nights. Oh, why did you shoot us at the moon on nuclear missiles? People were like, it was the Cold War. We used to always do shit like that. I don't know why either. I imagine Ruben right now asking his AI assistant, did the U.S. really shoot dogs at the moon on nuclear missiles? And the AI assistant saying, yes. Because it will only access one source of information, namely this live stream's transcript. Oh, God, I'm listening to horrible music again. I'll be like, check out this YouTube video. Extract the explanations from this video and turn it into an interactive web page. Wow. That's kind of crazy. Can they just not play music? They either have good taste in music or not play music at all. I prefer either of those realities to the actual reality. Okay. Let me go inside and do a little bit of inside prep. Okay. All right, let's go in the kitchen, do a little bit of salad prep. I think I'll get the big cutting board out for this. Okay. I need to call Delilah. She never called me back like she was supposed to. God damn it. I'm going to go a little crazy here with the lettuce. I'm going to use this whole head of lettuce for the salad. We don't really have anything to put in the salad but lettuce and chicken. and dressing, but we don't have any other vegetables to cut up or what have you. Alright, I need to put these seedlings outside here pretty soon. I guess they're fine for now. Alright. So I've got that lettuce. Before I go any further, let me meow. The SPLC accusations are quite interesting. Yeah, they're insane. It's like, how in the world? What nutty insanity? What kind of evildoers must you be to justify that kind of fraud? I gotta go to the bathroom. All right, I'm back. I didn't record much music because I got caught up in the setup of my audio routing and stuff. Those kinds of things. Those kinds of things. I believe it happened. It's not just an accusation. A grand jury indicted them on it. So they have been indicted on various incarnations of fraud for representing themselves as an anti-hate group organization while concurrently funding actual hate groups. It's so ridiculous. Because they needed those hate groups to justify their asking for donations, right? And I don't doubt that they all justified it under some utilitarian calculus. Well, overall, we're still doing a good thing by keeping the important issue of racism forefront in people's minds. Some other garbage like that, Like, I seriously doubt that the people involved in that organization are actually secretly racist, and that's why they're doing it. I bet you it's justified exactly the opposite way. Because we understand what a problem racism is, we understand how important it is to keep it as forefront in people's minds. So we need these bad guys so that we can do our good work, and that somehow all works out in the calculation. I bet you that's what happened. Just another example of the ends justifying the means. Okay, we're going to take off the outside leaves. Okay. That's good. Now we'll get this. We'll chop off the end of this lettuce. Needs a little bit more here. There we go. Got that little stump part out. Now we're going to chop it up like this. Ooh, Eric. Come on, bro. Come on. Don't do that. That's a bad idea. Come on, Broham. Okay, that's good enough. Now we get this out. We'll put all this lettuce in here. Okay. Put these on here, and I put that up the compost pile. But I don't have any other vegetables to chop up. I don't even have any onions right now. So I'll just leave it like that. I'll put this back in the fridge though. Alright, now that's gonna stay cold. I'll deal with that in a second. Let's go outside and deal with the fire. We'll get some chicken prepared for that too. But I guess I can do that first. I'm gonna just cook both these chickens that we have left, and we'll have a lot of chicken, a lot of lettuce, and nothing else. How do I want to cook these chickens? Do I want to marinate them a little bit? Actually, yes, I do. I'm going to put some wine on them. I'm going to put it in this bag too. Nice and convenient. A little bit more wine on them. And then we will see what else we could put. We'll put some of this. This is steak sauce, even though these are chickens. Just gonna cache this. Okay. Put some pepper. Put some salt. Put some oregano. Put some garlic powder. Put some chopped onions. Then we'll put a little bit of water in here. And we'll zip it up in this so-called resealable package. And we'll kind of give it a little swish around. A little swish around. Okay, there we go. What food am I making? I'm making chicken salad, which is just basically lettuce, grilled chicken, and salad dressing. Well, guess I might as well just put it on there. Even though it hasn't had much of a chance to marinate it all. I can pour the liquid on top of it as we go too. Put one over there. One right there. And then I'll put the lid on. Hopefully they'll defrost fairly quickly. I'll pour that liquid over them as I go. Alright. Good enough for now. Alright. Looks like it's beautiful there, nice barbecue going, nice big home in the woods in the background says something. Yeah, it's lovely around here. When the chickens harmed and then making this video, no. They'd already been harmed before I began making this video. So I'm gonna wash my hands. Get some of the raw chicken liquid off of them. Then we can take this leftover lettuce outside of the compost pile, which I think is a good thing to do with organic waste like this. I don't like to just throw it in the trash. Close the door so the bugs don't get in. You know how it goes, like, there may be only one fly anywhere within 100 feet circumference of your house. If you open one door, that fly will come right inside. You know, I saw kind of a depressing video the other day. It was about how all of the spiders that you saved and put outside, that they all just died when you put them out there because I didn't actually watch the video to be able to articulate why. But I saw enough of it, or the title or whatever, thumbnail, that I was like, oh, that's kind of sad. It doesn't do any good to save them. Well, what are you going to do? Ow. All right. Go outside. We'll do a little bit of cooking and looking. We're in the woods for the animals. I don't know if the animals really eat a lot of lettuce. Like, maybe deers would eat it, but we don't get that many deers around here. We get plenty of squirrels and birds and stuff, but I don't think squirrels and birds really eat lettuce. We do see deer, but I don't really see them right here next to my house. Okay, so I'm going to need to get, you might call it a squeaker, just to say. I don't know why you'd call it that, but I need to get some, like, oven mitts or something so I can lift this up. It's going to need new wood pretty soon. Let's pour some of this liquid on these. Oops. I didn't do a great job of that. In fact, you could say I did an absolutely terrible job. But you know what? Since when are you so perfect about stuff? Alright, we'll put this back on now. Let that go for a little while longer. And see how it does. Need some Stubbs barbecue sauce. Cold water, it's a watery grave. That's how it goes. It's a great song. And obviously it was very effective, given that health class film. It was remembered so much so far into the future from when it was seen. Pretty impressive. And God knows how many times that song has saved my life. I was about to plunge into an icy river when I was like, wait a second. I bet this water's cold. And if I recall correctly, that's a recipe for a watery grave. Well, Charlie Kirk in 2023 called the Southern Poverty Law Center a hate group. I would have assumed at the time that it was just, inflammatory rhetoric. It wasn't meant to be taken literally. But it turns out they actually did fund those like neo-Nazi rallies and stuff. And it's also the case that in 2013, what's his name? Alex Jones made claims about neo-Nazi rally participants being paid actors, and the lyrics are from Deep Dark Water by Jim Reeves. Huh. Maybe it is. I don't know. Right. There's been a lot of those kinds of accusations over the years, and I think most of us probably didn't didn't think that Alex Jones's intuitions about things counted at all as examples of things to take seriously. But I suspect many of us feel a little differently now, as some of the more crazy conspiratorial things have been kind of validated by a variety of weird conspiracy stuff turning out to be correct. People, I think, generally have different perceptions about the plausibility of different things that might be called conspiracy theories. Okay, making some progress here. I'm still gonna need to get oven mitts, and I forgot to get them. Yeah, I always thought it was bullshit too, but now things have changed a bit. I better accept now just how much, uh, like information management different entities engage in. One of the one of my first realizations of this was like just how much celebrities are engaging PR stories planted in publications like Us Weekly purely as like image management tools, right? I I realized that with like J Lo in part, how after her name came up a lot in the Diddy stuff, there was this really coordinated planting of various articles about her relationship with Ben Affleck. It was what was clearly a distraction from what mattered, right? I don't think it really worked, but I since have seen, and I also have started at some point watching some channels that explain these processes a bit more. Like this lady, Colton Coffee, who's pretty, I guess you'd say, in with Hollywood circles and makes videos about bad Hollywood people, among other things. Anyway, like Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis and their use of their children as image management things. You know what I have to say about that? Fuck those people. I don't view your comments as being from the left or right at all here. I think it's a feature of true believerism to some extent, right? This phenomenon with the Southern Poverty Law Center. Alright, it's gonna take a little while. I need to set these off of the main heat for a bit. I have these, but it's not quite time for them yet. Indeed, it is horse first, then cart. That's the order. It's the proper order of operations. I'm hungry like Grunky. I'm super hungry. I'm gonna probably have to make something else besides just this at some point. Horse, then cart, then horse. Oh, you've got a pushing horse too, huh? I think horses generally do better with pulling than pushing. Seems like the neighbors have guests over of some sort. They get the horse to eat the apples in the direction where the cart wants to be. Apples. The the trick that horses never learn from. You just hang an apple in front of their face, they just keep walking towards the apple, confident that eventually they'll get there, like a child with a rainbow. I'd be willing to bet that doesn't work. Never attempted it, obviously, but it doesn't seem like the sort of thing that would work for very long. Oh, you're right, the apples. No, I got them. I did eventually factor the apples in. Obviously, if you were trying to try that trick with a person, it wouldn't work. If you were to like hang a sandwich out in front of my head, I wouldn't just keep walking towards it, unaware that I'm never going to get there the way things are set up. I'd figure it out eventually. Like, hold on, I do want that sandwich, but maybe this is not the best way to get it. Alright, I think I'm going to get a knife. Cut this up here kind of on the grill so I can get good even cooking on it. And maybe I don't even need to put more wood. But maybe I will still. We'll see. And then, once I get dinner cooked, then I will probably wrap this up. First pitch is actually, I think it's like 5:05 or something. So it's pretty soon. Knife, right. Carving knife and carving fork. These are exactly the implements I want for this. People usually need slightly more complex trickery. Like slot machines are kind of like that, except sometimes you do get the apple. Okay. Fucking hell. That's a hot tamale. Jesus Christ, why is it so hot? Okay. Fine, just be that way. Just leave this on here for a bit. You can put a little bit more of this juice on it. Too much again. Well, you know, it turns out I was bad at pouring this juice. Sometimes, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, and then you spill it all over the place. And basically, that's what happened here. But it's fine. I still believe in it. I still believe in crystal light, so I still believe in me. Okay. Let's go clean these knives off, knife and fork off. And we'll come back with something to carry the chicken in on. It'll be done relatively soon. We are Charlie Kirk. Well, I'm not Charlie Kirk, but I do want to acknowledge that he was right about the Southern Poverty Law Center. Alright. When I get it back in here, I'll use this knife, I guess, to cut it up. Might still need that fork. Alright. We're close. We're close to the era of success. Done yet for sure. I'm gonna need to put some more wood on. listen to this incredibly disposable, horrible rap. Makes absolutely no sense in any sane universe that anybody would listen to this garbage. Stupid Eric. God, what a fucking dumbass I am. Oh, God. I know what you're saying. Eric, how could anybody be such a dumbass? Well, it's a bit of a specialty of mine. Doesn't happen right away. Or maybe it does, and then it continues happening forever. That's one interpretation. Put some more of this on these. Hopefully this time not making a big mess. Am I steaming some hams? No. The era of success is starting like right now. You're soaking in it right now, Putty Cat. This chicken is flame broiled like El Pollo Loco or Carl's Jr.'s hamburgers, which are also flame broiled. That one's almost done. Maybe that one's almost done too. Almost, not quite. Okay, let's put this lid on. And then let's go get something to carry them inside with. And I think what we'll do here regarding that is we will actually get the big cutting board, I believe, to get it on for this purpose than the small cutting board. It's a better option. This is. I don't think the small cutting board's quite big enough to take all the chicken on easily. So I use the bigger cutting board. And That should really be just about done now. Making a lot of smoke over there. But don't worry. It's okay. Damn it. That seems fine. Okay. The path is falling down. Hot. Ah, so hot. Okay. Seems fine. Okay. I say, but Eric, there's so much char on that chicken. It's fine. It's good this way, actually. Okay. There we go. Now we're going to get the salad part. And we'll put a little bit of dressing in here. As per me. Probably about right. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, I would definitely say I could use a little bit more. I'm gonna put a little salt on the chicken. I should have done that before I put it in, but I forgot about it. Whoa! Okay. Now we have dinner that is complete. So just need to scoop it into bowls. And we're good to go. Might as well distribute all of it. We're gonna have leftovers in our bowls that way rather than having a central bowl with leftovers in it. Alright, cool. Just put this back. Get a couple forks. Carry these in. Be right back. Do I have any beverages besides coffee? I have one beer left. Okay, cool. I'm happy to have this one. Even though it is my last one. Let me tell Rachel things are ready. Hey, Rachel! What? Let me go see what she's saying. What's that? Oh, okay, cool. Char causes cancer, huh? Well, TFB. What happened to the thumbnail? My thumbnail? I don't think anything happened to it. Maybe something did happen to it, I don't know. Is it still a picture of me and Delilah? Should be. It didn't originally start as that, I guess. Yeah, it is. This is pretty good.
Hi.
Mm.
That was delicious. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's about time to wrap up the stream. Watch a little baseball.
Yeah, sure.
All right, cool. Thanks for being here, everybody. I enjoyed my time today. Good deal. It's all thanks to you.